We're back live. This is the beginning of part 2. We got booted from YouTube, so we're back live now. So when you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Let me close out of here. So hopefully we connect to Facebook, if YouTube. If not, we got a major problem. All right, let's get all this reshared right quick. First thing I need to do is find the feed. Sorry about this. Hold all your bids for 1 second, then I'll ask everybody. Hold all those bids, and I'll ask everybody to submit them again. The reason we need to wait is because I can't. It'll be hard for me to keep up at the moment. So the easiest way for me to do is ask everybody first to share the feed, or re-like the feed, and just kind of like we're restarting. I'll try to be pretty fast right now, but I've got to delete all these old links and make sure everything looks right on our end. So Thursday, I hadn't even seen the populated post for part 2 yet. It hasn't even showed up on my end yet. I'll just wait. All right, I'll just wait. So when you're on, be sure to say hi. I think we're connected though, right? We're connected. The dates are right. I'll let everybody hop on. We got 188 right now. Boy, y'all are fast. I told you I'd come back real quick. Let me go ahead and get a V8. I'm going to need it to reboot my brain. Right, Seth?
Yeah, man.
You want to get a V8 for me? Great. Congratulations. If not, I'm not going to be in your wedding. If you don't, I'll embarrass you at your wedding. I plan on doing karaoke. I'm going to sing Hunger Strike right before the food comes out. I'm going to sing Hunger Strike at Seth's wedding right before the food comes out. And then I'm going to do Ramble On. And then Good Times, Bad Times. And then When the Levee Breaks. And then I'm going to end with the rain song. All right. Everyone get air horns for Seth's wedding. Well, that'd be a good idea. All the groomsmen bring out air horns. You may now kiss the bride. Scare everybody to death. Okay. Now, we're back on. Sorry about that. I'm going to restart this bin because I couldn't even see comments. Now, if you were bidding, let's do it again. And then I got to reshare everything here in just a second. I'll start doing that. I'll keep my phone over here. I'm like showing, I'm typing on 2 phones. I'm doing auctions. I'm over here on my laptop. So first thing we need to do is Vane, $110. This is live. Yes, you're live. We're back on. We got booted from YouTube. That's never happened before, but I was just texting my friend Anthony, and he's having trouble as well. So Restream's kind of glitchy right now. Vane is at $110. So Vane, I'll reintroduce these, but if you want to go ahead and bid, let me know. Where were we on TSOL? Who was in on TSOL? Vane's at 112. I've lost all the bids. So let me know on TSOL as well. And then Dragon, I need everybody to bid again. I have no recollection of last bids. Plus, there was other people trying to bid. Dragon is what I was about to sell. I know it was between Lazarus and Jerry Conklin. They're debating over who should have it. And then I showed Robert Plant. Yes, I'll go ahead and do that right now. Robert Plant. This is called Beacon Theater. This is a 2LP unofficial. Robert Plant live. Let's give one to Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young gets one, and I got one extra. Robert Plant, Beacon Theater. That's $44.99 if anybody else wants one. Beacon Theater. One Robert Plant left. We'll stop there. Let me find part 2. It's still not showing up on the Colectco feed, part 2. I still don't see it. I don't know how y'all are finding it, but I'm on the Colectco page right now, and I can't find part 2. It's not on here. Can y'all find it? We still got, everybody's on and watching. I don't know how. I don't see it myself on the admin side. Very weird. I don't even see it myself. So I'll give it another second before I can share. Okay, then we had Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is called Robert Craig and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Oh Jam, New Blood, Redo Club, Dallas, 1987. This is $34.99. So if you click the link, it brings you back. Okay, so it's the same feed. Oh, that's weird. So it's the same feed. It doesn't say part 2. That's weird. So it didn't even end the first feed. Mine doesn't say part 2. I got to go through a whole lot of records. Weird. So it never did. I may have not let it. I may have not even got it left it long enough to populate. Okay, well that works either way. So I don't have to delete links. I don't got to delete links. All right, so the same link. So I don't have to reshare. Okay, I don't got to reshare. Okay. Vein. So Vane's at 115, 120. TSOL, final call to Phil Elliott for $35. Final call to Phil Elliott for $35. Dragon is also final call. Lazarus, if you were out, say out. That is Jerry Conklin's at 51. And then we have Mike Cochran on Stevie Ray Vaughan. So here's what's going on. If you're on YouTube, it will say part 2. If you're on Facebook, it just still says part 1. Jim Conahan, are you a new buyer? Do you want the Robert Plant, Jim Conahan? If so, let me know if you're a first-time buyer. I will say the Robert Plant. I'll set that over here in pending right now. All right, and then we have Pulp Fiction soundtrack, new and sealed, Pulp Fiction, $36.99. Pulp Fiction soundtrack, that's a new sealed. OGs of that are not easy to come by, FYI. And then here's where I ended the feed. This is Steely Dan, Los Gaucho. I thought this was really cool. Rarities from 1980. Steely Dan. It's from Parachute, studio cut, rarities, $44.99. Jim Conahan is a first-time buyer. Jim, thank you. What a hectic time to become a first-time buyer. Sorry that our feed was wacky there. But we are live, and we do this every night. Make sure, please, you send us a Facebook message with your email address and your mailing address. We do $7 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, all week, Monday through Saturday, $7. That's sold to you. I hope you add more to your order. And then Romelu wants a Steely Dan. Steve Campbell on a Steely Dan. Steve Campbell. That sounds like a new name too. Steve, have I sold to you before? I guess I have. Steve Campbell. I think so. And then we'll put Peter Mazzolino and Terrence Kirby on a waiting list. I bet a lot of people on Facebook are looking for part 2. I told them they'd say part 2. They're probably looking for part 2 and not realizing that they can go to the old feed. So we'll probably lose. Some people's probably like, well, he's not going to go back live because they didn't realize it doesn't say part 2. And then Dragon, Lazarus. I'm assuming you didn't want to bid again, right, Lazarus? Because I know there was some confusion there. Jerry Conklin had that for $51. I am going to go ahead and sell TSOL. That's sold to Phil Elliott for $35. Phil, are you a first-time buyer? Steve Campbell's not new. Phil Elliott may be. That's at $35. That's sold to Phil Elliott. And then we have Vane. Okay, here's Vane. Now, let me update this again because this is getting several bids and it's already over 120. Vane is at $120 with Rick Peabody. Everybody else is out. Rick Peabody. The last time this sold in this condition, it sold for over $200 in 2022. The high bid's $120, final call. So the waiting list for Steely Dan, we sold 1 to Romelu, 1 to Steve Campbell. Peter Mazzolino on the wait list. Terrence Kirby on the wait list. Henry's Choice is $44.99. And then Davey Winstead on the wait list. And we have Vane at $123 with Phil Elliott. Dragon is sold. Now we can put up new auctions. We've officially caught back up from where we had problems. This is sold to Jerry Conklin for $51. Jerry Conklin, you get Dragon for $51. Vane's at $130. Rick Peabody said, just please end it and sell it to me. All right, back to normal. Van Halen 2, $33.99, new and sealed. Vane is in near mint minus condition. It's a top copy, yes. Top copy. This is Van Halen 2, $33.99. What Steely Dan album? It is called Lost Gaucho. It's rarities. 1980 Lost Gaucho rarities. $44.99. Veins at $133. Van Halen 2. POD Satellite. $34.99. New and sealed. POD. First time on vinyl. Came out in 2001. Youth of Nation. Boom. Alive. $34.99 for POD. Also, Nirvana. Nevermind. New and sealed Nirvana. $36.99. There's one. There's two. And Star Wars. What an awesome box set. Original motion picture soundtrack to Star Wars A New Hope. The OG Star Wars. 40th anniversary. 3D collector's edition. 180 gram vinyl. Featuring a 3D Death Star holographic experience. Embossed logo. 48 page hardback book. $159.99. I've sold a bunch of those. The Grateful Dead, Europe, 72. We sold an OG copy the other night. This is a new sealed 3LP, 180 gram, $79.99. $79.99. And Duran, Do the Madison. Duran, $44.99. Metal auctions. I will read you some of the upcoming ones. We have Outrage, Voivod, Metallica, Tangradorum. I don't know what that is. There's nothing written on it. I can't read that one. Shackles. I can't read that one. Desolation Angels. I can't read that one, and I can't read that one. I hope that helped you out. That was a big mystery. That's in what's in the first crate, or the second crate. Then I have some more stuff over here. So, yeah, sorry, that was pretty confusing. Vane was 150, Vane 155, Vane 160, and Slicker Van Slyke wants Grateful Dead, Europe. That's sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Next is Outrage. Outrage is a 1989 US and UK. It's limited to 300 copies worldwide. This original press was limited to 300 copies worldwide. This one happens to be near mint in shrink wrap. $45 start on Outrage. An 89 UK and US. So it was a worldwide release for $300, $45 start. And then here's the Voivod. It appears to be a picture disc. A 2018 European Record Store Day exclusive. Limited to 2000. EX condition. $15 start. Voivod. It's Too Scared to Scream and Cockroaches. And that's a $15 start on that. All right, there's that. Now, Vane's at 160. Outrage is 45, and Voivod is 15. Duran. Next is Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, 2LP, $39.99. $7 shipping will include the Kiss merchandise. Yes, it will include the Kiss merchandise. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $39.99. We have Dio, Killing the Dragon. Dio is $34.99. Killing the Dragon, $34.99. The Heat soundtrack, first time ever on vinyl. Heat, $44.99. De Niro, Pacino, $44.99. Voivod's at $20. Anything blues. We've already done a couple. I think there may be one more, but we've already done most of those. A.J. Clark on Whitesnake. That's sold to A.J. Clark. Whitesnake is sold. Also, we have Van Halen, Women and Children First, remastered, $33.99. Van Halen self-titled, $33.99. Nirvana, In Utero, $36.99 for Nirvana. And Dio, Angry Machines, $33.99. We have Travis Lee on Dio. Dio, boy, that was Killing the Dragon. That's sold to Travis Lee. If you're a first-time buyer, if you've never bought from us before, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Outrage is a $45 start, Lazarus. $45 start on Outrage. Voivod has one bid for $20. Nobody else bid on Vane, but Phil Elliott, you never did say out. Phil, I know you're a first-time buyer tonight. If you're done bidding, say out. Vane out. That way I know you're done. Now, if you say out, you can't bid again. But that will definitely let me know you're done so we can speed up this entire process. If you want to bid again, you've got to outbid Rick Peabody. If not, I got to sell that very quickly. He's been the high bidder on it since I put it up. We have Brandon Lee, The Crow. This is $46.99. Brandon Lee, The Crow, $46.99. That is the Crow soundtrack. I don't know why I'm saying Brandon Lee. He was obviously the actor, Bruce Lee's son. But it's the Crow soundtrack, $46.99. And we have Robert Plant, Carry Fire. Robert Plant is $44.99. Robert Plant, Carry Fire, $44.99. $44.99, Carry Fire. We have Van Halen, Fair Warning, $33.99. ZZ Top, Eliminator, that's on red vinyl, $33.99. Dio, Holy Diver, $46.99. And Nirvana, This Means Nothing, the Vienna broadcast, 1989. Nirvana is $44.99. All right, I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of V8. My brain definitely needs it at this point so I can figure out what's going on in these auctions. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, since I've been drinking the V8, we've had 4 questions on Vane, 2 questions on Outrage, and 3 questions on Voivod. 3 questions about the KISS sale tomorrow, and 3 questions about records in the bins. I'll try my best to answer all those in 1 second. The first thing I have is Voivod is a final call for $20. And then we had a bid for 23, and now Lazarus is at 25. So Lazarus is at 25 on Voivod. That's a new bid, final call. Lazarus is the only bidder on Outrage. 1989 U.S. original and shrink wrap near mint. It's only 300 pressed. He has it for 45. That's a final call. And then Vane, I'll give the entire complete details on this one more time. This is a 1989 U.S. OG pressing. It's called No Respect. It is near mint minus. Cover and vinyl. It's a top copy. The high bid is Rick Peabody steel at $180. Phil Elliott is not a new buyer. Sorry about that, Phil. I see your profile pic now. Sometimes I got to lean in and look at people's profile pics. That's how I recognize sometimes if I've sold to y'all before. That is at $180. Okay. Then we had first, we sold Travis Lee Dio. Travis, make sure you message the page if you are a first-time buyer. Slicker Van Slyke wanted GD. That was for Slicker. If that was for the Grateful Dead Europe, I've already pulled that for you. Slicker, if that was for Grateful Dead Europe, I've already pulled that for you. And then Chad King wanted ZZ Top, the red vinyl Eliminator. All right. Then Melissa Bailey wanted the Crow soundtrack. We've sold hundreds of those. Hundreds and hundreds of Crow soundtracks. Outrage got a new bid for 55. Voivod got new bids for 24 and 26. Outrage is at 60. Voivod's at 28. That means I'm about to sell Vane for 180. Phil Elliott's out. Rick, it's about to go to you. All right. Now, we have so much to go through tonight. I'm going to have to get into turbo mode. So here's what happens when I get into turbo mode. I just chugged a V8. I'm about to read titles very quickly. I'll try to answer as many questions as I can, but I've got way too many records to show, and it's already 9 o'clock. So I'll start with this bin right here. Since we had a problem with the stream earlier, here's where we started. We have Pulp Fiction, new and sealed, $36.99. Van Halen 2, these are all new and sealed, $33.99. POD Satellite is $34.99. We have Nirvana, Nevermind, remastered, $36.99. Star Wars is $159.99. Duran Duran, Do the Madison. Duran Duran is $44.99. Heat, $44.99 on Heat. Women and Children First is $33.99. And then their debut. Essentially, we got a big restock of the Van Halen catalog. We have Vane. This is sold to Rick Peabody for $180. Rick, thank you. So do you. And we have Outrage. Outrage is getting new bids. John Mincemore is at 65. Lazarus is at 70. That's starting to warm up. So is Voivod. Voivod is a final call. Davey Winston at 30. Lazarus, you're out. Danny says he's out. Lazarus, let me know if you want back in on the Voivod. And John Mincemore is out on Outrage. So that means Lazarus has that for 70 final call. Nirvana in Utero is $36.99. Dio, Angry Machines, $33.99. Robert Plant, Carry Fire, $44.99. There's something on here I really like. I forgot which one it is. $44.99. There's a couple songs in there I really, really like, though. Then we have Fair Warning. We have Holy Diver. And then a Nirvana bootleg I've never had before. This is This Means Nothing, $44.99. All right, Outrage is then officially sold to Lazarus for $70. That's sold to Lazarus for $70. And I'll go ahead and put away Voivod then. Voivod is sold to Debbie Winstead for $30. All right, so those are sold. Let's get a new crate going. And that one's full. And let me bring over some new vintage stuff as well. All right, so we still have a whole nother crate like that of new vinyl to go through. And I think there's a couple pre-orders in there, isn't there? Yeah, there's a pre-order, a big restock, more boots. So there's some still great, cool new vinyl coming up. First thing, though, let's go over here and grab, I think we got a bin of check condition titles. Let me see what all this is. I think we got another bin here from Laura. And then we got a small little half bin here. I think that may be check condition. I think I might want to go through those first. Hey, the air conditioning cut off. That's good for two reasons. I can hear myself talk now, and it was getting really cold in here. That saves me some time. So let's go through this bin right here. The first Dio, that was called Angry Machines, $33.99. We have Steppenwolf for ladies only, VG Plus $14.99 for Steppenwolf, and I Am the Greatest, Cassius Clay, VG Condition $26.99. Cassius Clay, I Am the Greatest. All right, new auctions. Let me bring, I think I can condense our auction bins now. We still got one full bin of auctions. I have officially condensed them into one. So let me show you some of this stuff here. I'll put these away. Metallica. Let's do that one. And I'll do that one since I can't read it. And I'll get something from the other bin. I won't show you the other ones. Be surprises. All right, so now we have another plumb full bin of auctions. Wow. Okay, then we got to do Dolly. There's Cinderella's coming up. Cinderella? Anybody? All right, Danny says he will take Dio. All right. Dio, that was Angry Machines right here. Sold to Danny Thomason. That's the first bin in our third crate. We got a lot of crates to fill up. Next is the Eagles. This is their debut album, VG Condition, $14.99 for the Eagles. Next auction, Metallica. This is Metallica, Blackened 2020. These usually do really well. This is the Metallica, the Met Club Edition, sealed. It's never been opened. Blackened 2020, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Then we have Tangro Door Drum. Maybe. Tangro. We'll call it Tangro. A 2003 U.S. pressing. VG Plus condition. $15 start. Lisa Davidson wants the Eagles. So Metallica 35. Tango Road Drum. Tango Road Drum, maybe. And then Dolly, the fairest of them all. Dolly is a 1970 Indianapolis pressing. It has the original RCA inner sleeve. $45 start. No condition notes. No condition notes. So that's going up as well. Dolly, the fairest of them all. There's three auctions very quickly. Let's get back to the bin. First thing we have is Elvis for LP fans only. A 1959 Indianapolis press. Top and bottom seams are partially split. Vinyls in VG condition, $29.99. Black Oak, Arkansas. VG condition, $9.99 for BOA. That's Black Oak, Arkansas. Elvis. Blue Hawaii, a 1961 original mono with Can't Help Falling in Love, VG condition $24.99, and Groovin', the Young Rascals, VG condition, wow, a white label promo, Groovin', the Young Rascals on a white label promo, $14.99. We have the Box Tops, My Baby, She Wrote Me a Letter. The Letter by the Box Tops, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Portrait of West, the West Montgomery Trio, VG Plus $14.99, and Swingin' South, Les Paul and Mary Ford, VG $9.99. I Am the Greatest, Cassius Clay is in VG condition, $26.99. Metallica, here's the bids on Metallica, 35 and 40. Billy LeBlanc has it. $40 on Metallica. That's a final call. Nobody bid on this. It's a $15 buy it now. Tangro Drum. That's a $15 buy it now if anybody wants it. And nobody bid on Dolly. Dolly's a $45 buy it now. Dolly's a $45 buy it now. So those are buy it nows. Back over here, Metallica's a final call for $40. We have Susie Breedlove on Box, the Box Tops. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Jesse Rome on West Montgomery. Tim Holloway wants Elvis for LP fans only. Sean Fairweather gets the Tango for $15. That is sold to Sean Fairweather. Danny Thomason was second. Scott Oman was third. Also Adventure bid 41 Metallica. Jerry fourth on Tango. Edwin Riviera fifth. Hawaii 5-0, the Ventures. VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Hollies, Here. That's a cool one. We don't get as often. VG vinyl, VG minus cover, $16.99. And Dare, Out of the Silence. Dare is VG Plus, $19.99. Also, Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. By the way, the Robin Trower Bridges of Sigh Anniversary Edition, it did ship today. We'll have them on Monday. We'll have them on Monday. We have VG $9.99 on that Robin Trower. Susie Breedlove on the Holly. So if you've been highly anticipating that, I promise it's on the way. Les Paul and Mary Ford, but it won't be till next week. Les Paul and Mary Ford, there's another one, VG Plus $14.99. Ike Turner, I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Bad Dreams, Ike Turner's and VG Plus $14.99. Sleeker Van Slyke, you were second on the Hollies. Naz by Naz on red vinyl. This is the red vinyl pressing. VG Plus $39.99 on Naz. And we have Rare Earth, get ready. VG Plus vinyl covers and shrink wrap, $22.99. Blackened, what songs are on Blackened? Blackened 2020, Blackened 2020 Live, Wood, them covering the Alice in Chains song Wood. It's numbered on the back, 3328, Met Club edition number 5. High bid is Billy LeBlanc at $42. Everybody else is out. Diego Sanchez, you're first on Ike Turner. Thank you. We have Tracy Swinger first on Naz. Thank you. Diego Sanchez, you were second on Naz. And let's go through those one more time. I told y'all that was a quick crate. And let's put up 2 new auctions. Let me go back over here and revisit. Oh, I left out a Metallica. There's another Metallica fan club edition. Let's see what else we got in here. I've got, let's see, Scarlet, and I got another Lizzie Borden. And we started the show early with an Aussie. I got another one I'll do in just a second. But here's our next 3 auctions. We have Scarlet, Phantasm. Scarlet is a 1985 US pressing, nice EX, original inner sleeve. Scarlet, there's the OG sleeve, there's the back of the cover. It's nice, VG Plus condition, $25 start on Scarlet. Auction number 2, auction number 3. Lizzie Borden, Visual Lies. This one looks nice. It is. It's in shrink wrap. There's no condition notes. $25 start. Original inner sleeve, Lizzie Borden, beautiful vinyl, covers in shrink wrap. Cover has hop sticker. You can call that one a top copy. Near mint, $25 start. Metallica still getting bids, $43 and now $44. Very quickly, Steppenwolf for ladies only, VG Plus $14.99. BOA, Black Oak, Arkansas, VG $9.99. We have Elvis, Blue Hawaii, VG condition, $24.99. A 1961 mono Rockaway, VG $24.99. White label promo of the Rascals, Groovin', VG $14.99. Les Paul, Mary Ford, Swingin' South, VG $9.99. I Am the Greatest, Cassius Clay, VG $26.99. Lizzie Borden is a 1985 OG. 1985. That's the real deal on that one. OG. Scarlet has a bid for $25. Lizzie Borden has a bid for $25. I'm about to sell Metallica for $44. Also Adventure, you have been outbid. Hawaii 5-0, a classic by the Ventures. VG Plus $9.99. Dare, Out of the Silence. Dare's VG Plus $19.99. Robin Trower, VG $9.99. Also, Les Paul and Mary Ford, Bouquet of Roses. VG Plus $14.99. And Rare Earth, get ready. VG Plus $22.99. If anybody else wants anything in there, you can be my guest. You can be my guest. All right, so Scarlett has a new bid for $26. GenCast wants Robin Trower. GenCast, you're going to get Robin Trower. We still got 4 crates of vintage stuff to go through, including 2 Paul crates, I think a Laura crate, and a John crate, which I think that equals 5, if I've done my math correctly. GenCast on Robin Trower. Haven't heard back from Also Adventure. I've got to sell Metallica very, very soon. Scarlett has a new bid, and so does Lizzie Borden. So those are still getting bids. Let's go ahead and knock out our last crate of new vinyl for tonight. This will be our last crate of new vinyl, of new stuff, and then we might do some recaps of last night's stuff. But there's some great stuff in here, including, I think, 2 pre-orders. At least 1 pre-order. There may be 2. This is ZZ Top, a great live recording in Germany. Live in Germany, 1980. Classic ZZ Top, 1980, $33.99. $33.99. ZZ Top, live in Germany. Now, If anybody buys this, this is a very, very interesting pressing. One disc plays at a 33, and the other disc plays at 45. There's no mention of that anywhere on here. There's no mention that these play at different speeds. We had a lot of returns. It's extremely weird that they did that, but one disc plays at a 33 and one disc plays at a 45. So the first time I ever sold these, we sold a ton of them, and we had returns. We had people bringing them back. Doug was opening up. He was test playing them, and we couldn't figure it out. And then finally, it hit us. We played it at different speeds, and we figured it out. So, yeah, one disc got a 33, the other's at 45. Danny Thomason gets one. Jennifer Schrader gets one. Stephen Young, if you're okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. I got one copy of the Beatles' #1 hits. 27 #1 hits, 2 LPs, new stereo mixes, $54.99. Wow, $54.99. 27 #1 hits. Penny Lane, $54.99. That was one of them. Now, this is a new pre-order. This is a rare Willie Nelson album. We auctioned one the other night for, I think, $175, $180. This is a new music on vinyl reissue. A new music on vinyl reissue called Willie Nelson, The Words Don't Fit the Picture. Limited edition of 1,500 on individually numbered copies on blue vinyl. Blue vinyl. Let me read off the pre-order for Willie here. Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson, if I can spell his last name correctly. And it says 8 comments. Let's read those off. And this is $39.99. $39.99. So new for Friday, new for tomorrow. Alex Roman wanted one. Jason Byrne got one. Randy Taylor, Michelle Miller, and Brent Robley. So I think that was the first 5. Alex, Jason, Randy, Michelle, and Brent. Jerry Stone, you also got one. And Larry Drish and Paul Brothers. I've got 2 extras. That's Willie Nelson. Words Don't Fit the Picture. $39.99. So Alex Roman, Jason Byrne, Randy Taylor, Michelle Miller, Brent Robley, Jerry Stone, Larry Drish, and Paul Brothers. Those are all sold. Now I've got 2 extra music on vinyl. That is $39.99. And just FYI, we sold an OG the other night for like $180. So if you want that in your collection, not ready to drop that on an original, that might be a good placeholder. $39.99. And it's on blue vinyl, and it's numbered. Back up at the top, I said, Lizzie, the last thing I said was we was about to sell the Metallica for $44. And then Lizzie Borden got a bid for $27 and Scarlett $26. And then Lizzie Borden got a new bid for $30. Then we sold the ZZ Tops. Stephen A. Young does one on a waiting list. So Stephen A. Young on the ZZ Top waiting list. Lizzie Borden got a new bid for $32. Romelu wants the Beatles. Lizzie Borden $35. Stephen A. Young on the ZZ Top waiting list. George Ellis wants a Willie Nelson. George Ellis wants a Willie Nelson. Lizzie Borden $36. So Metallica, I must have lost Also Adventure somewhere. So let's go ahead and sell that to Billy LeBlanc for $44. Billy LeBlanc, you get that for $44. Nice. And Scarlett, I think I said 26 on that with Jason Widener. 26 on Scarlett with Jason Widener. Everybody else's bid. Let me call out who was the first person so maybe they might hear the name. Phil Elliott. No, who was first to bid on that? Edwin Riviera. Edwin, you're out on Scarlett if you're still with me. Jason Widener has it for 26. Lizzie Borden is now at 40. This is a top copy, by the way. It's OG. It's got the inner sleeve. It's near mint minus. It's shrink wrapped and hop stickered. Excuse me, I drunk the V8 too fast. There's Willie. Next is I saw these in stock. I thought they were done. My favorite Velvet Underground album, Loaded, on clear vinyl. They sound incredible on this clear vinyl pressing from Atlantic Anniversary, $33.99. I mean, it has those classics on there. Sweet Jane and Rock and Roll, and of course, Who Love. Those first 3 songs are just fantastic. Who Love the Song, Sweet Jane and Rock and Roll is my favorite. That's the Velvet Underground Loaded, $33.99. $33.99. Great pressing. Sounds great. It's on clear vinyl. And I think that's their best album. Of course, we all know Velvet Underground and Nico with the banana. That's iconic. Andy Warhol. But I think the best music's on this album right here. Loaded. $33.99. We have another bootleg. The Police. This is Sting's Birthday Bash. Barcelona broadcast, 1983. The Police. Barcelona, Spain, 1983, $44.99. Great lineup of music, all their classic stuff. Roxanne, Every Breath You Take, King of Pain, Don't Stand So Close. Doo-Dah wrapped around your finger. Synchronicity parts 1 and 2, $44.99. We got Lizzie Borden at 42. Lizzie Borden at 55. Lizzie Borden at 55. John Dorsey got a Velvet Underground. Lisa Montgomery's going to pick up that last Willie Nelson. Jennifer Schrader wants to pass on the ZZ Top, so don't give Stephen A. Young a waiting list. Give him a ZZ Top. So Stephen A. Young, you're going to get Jennifer Schrader's ZZ Top. We got that fixed. Have we lost YouTube again? Is YouTube still working? Boy, I hope so. Yeah, YouTube's still here. YouTube's still here. And, okay. Yeah, I never did hear back from Edwin Riviera. I lost him somewhere. So, Jason Widener, you get Scarlett for $26. I lost Edwin Riviera somewhere. That's sold for $26. Now, Lizzie Borden's at 55. Lizzie Borden's at 55. There's Sting. The other unofficial is called David Bowie, Dutch Courage. This is 1976 Rotterdam, 2LP, $44.99. David Bowie is $44.99. David Bowie is $44.99. There's Edwin Riviera. Hard Rock Heretics. This is on colored vinyl, red and black. I have sold, I don't know how many of these. I think this has been in print for like 5 years, and I've been selling them. This is a compilation, $33.99. It has Twisted Sister. It has Winger, Dio, Faster Pussycat, Bullet Boys, David Lee Roth, Metal Church, Twisted Sister, Skid Row, Dawkins, and Lynch Mob. Hard Rock Heretics, $33.99. Jackson Blaylock wants a Velvet Underground. Glad to see you're watching, Jackson. That is so do you. Jackson Blaylock on Velvet Underground. Now, we had a big jump on Lizzie Borden. It was at $55 with Jason Jones. Everybody else said out, or a couple people have said out. It's a final call. Danny Thomason wants a metal comp. We're about to sell the Lizzie Borden, the Jason Jones for $55. I got another Metallica fan club to run, and we're going to do this Banzai, which I think is a comp. It looks like it has names of artists all over the front. Sean Druin wants a Hard Rock Heretics. That's so does Sean Druin. And we have a new bid on Lizzie Borden for $60. Here's our next two auctions. Another Metallica fan club. This is going to be a $45 start. This is a 2023. This is Metallica Met Club. This is numbered 7258. It is sealed. $45 start. $45 start. It says leftovers from the Black Album box set. Nothing Else Matters. String and vocal mix. My Friend of Misery. December 19th, 1990 rough mix. No Remorse live, 1991. And Shortest Straw live. It's worth it just for Shortest Straw live. That is Metallica. Leftovers from the Black Album box set, $45 start. That is now our next auction. And then we have Banzai. This is a compilation, it looks like. I see Trouble, Raven, Venom, Axe, Metallica, and Slayer. And this is a 85 Canadian pressing, EX condition, $35 start. It looks like a comp. It's on 2 LPs. It has an original inner sleeve. It has... That's just an insert, I guess. Or is that an inner sleeve? I think that's just one inner sleeve, I guess. Then there's a generic inner sleeve. Also, Main, Axe, Tokyo Blade, Warfare, Venom. I guess just a comp. Cover painting, Paul Belmar. Bonsai. Banzai? Bonsai. Banzai? Bonsai. We have Lizzie Borden at $60. Sean Hibbler wants a Hard Rock Heretics. And then Banzai's at $35.35. Next LP is Van Halen, 1984, $33.99. Forrest Gump soundtrack. Haven't had that in a while. One of the best-selling records of all time here at Colecco. Hundreds of them sold. The Forrest Gump soundtrack. 32 tracks on 2 LPs. $44.99. Romelu wants a Police Live. That's sold to Romelu. We have The Cars Greatest Hits on red vinyl. Just what you needed. Red vinyl. The Cars Greatest Hits, $33.99. And I've got 3 of these. Joe Strummer and the Mescaleros, House of Blues, Los Angeles Broadcast, $19.99. 2 LP from Parachute, $44.99. $44.99. Joe Strummer and the Mescaleros, House of Blues, $44.99. Craig wants one. Paul Oakley wants one. I've got one extra. Joe Strummer. That's a bootleg from Parachute. Live, $19.99. Okay, and then we have Lizzie Borden. $61. Jason Jones still in. No one's bid on Metallica. Final call for $45. There's 2 bids on Bonsai. Robert and Metal Theologian. The first person was Robert Warner. Metal Theologian, you're out. Brent Robley also wants a Joe Strummer. Lizzie Borden has a new bid for $62. And let's go through that crate one more time. I told you I had some surprise bootlegs, and there's a lot more. I ordered so much of I knew stuff that would sell and stuff that I wasn't for sure of, and we sold out of the I wasn't for sure of first, which was like Steely Dan Gaucho bootleg and the Joe Strummer, and then I bought several of some of those other ones like Lindsey Buckingham, but we'll go through them later in just a second. One more time, Velvet Underground Loaded, clear vinyl, $33.99. The Police Live, $83, $44.99. David Bowie Live, $76, $44.99. Those are parachute bootlegs. Remastered Van Halen, Jump, Panama, Hot for Teacher, I'll Wait, $33.99. Forrest Gump, self-explanatory. And The Cars, Greatest Hits, self-explanatory. Paul Beal has been on Metallica for $45. That's a final call to Paul Beal. They're still battling out over Lizzie Borden. Jason Jones, you're out. Tom Byrne has that for $42. Now, the Metal Theologian, I just want to make sure you were done on the Bonsai. Both of y'all bid $35. You tied. You were second, and then I haven't seen anything else. I'm about to sell it to Robert, though. I'm surprised this only has 1 bid of all these awesome, a great comp over here, it looks like. Only 1 bid. He says he's out, so we're about to sell that. Out on Bonsai, we have a new bid for $38. Billy LeBlanc is at first on Van Halen. Bonsai's at $38. How much was the Cars? $33.99, red vinyl. It's a Rocktober colored vinyl. I look forward to this year's Rocktober. They did a great job. I don't know what they've got in the chamber for this year's Rocktober exclusives, but this past year's were awesome. Colored vinyl reissues of albums that had never been reissued, and then they put them out on great sounding colored vinyl. Look forward to this year's. They just dropped, what was that list they dropped today? I think Craig forwarded it to me as well. Any word on 80s movie hits collected out tomorrow. That hadn't shipped, so that means it won't be here until Monday. What was that list that dropped today? I need to pull that up for y'all and read some of these amazing titles. Rhino, what's it called? Rhino Summer Exclusives? Yeah, Rhino Summer Exclusives. Man, look at this list here. This is all dropped today. I told y'all, every day has been overwhelming for me, the amount of new releases and reissues. I mean, Van Morrison now playing Summer Sounds. Eagles, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Most of these are on colored vinyl. Genesis, and then there were 3. Yes, Steven Wilson remix of the Yes album. Blue vinyl. George Benson now playing. Al Stewart now playing. Utopia now playing. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams. Doobie Brothers, Taking to the Streets, Blue vinyl. Little Feat, Hall & Oates now playing. Sonny and Cher now playing. Rod Stewart, these are all on colored vinyl. War's Greatest Hits. Crosby, Stills and Nash, CSN. Chicago's Greatest Hits. Warren Zevon, self-titled. Randy Newman, Best Of. Frankie Valli, Grateful Dead, Fleetwood Mac, Jimmy Cliff, John Coltrane, Miles Davis. I was like, man, that's going to take me a week and a half to post all those. Sister Sledge now playing, yeah. The Cars' Greatest Hits. So John Coltrane, Ole Coltrane, Miles Davis 2-2, Hi-Fi Recordings, plus the new Black Sabbath self-titled Rhino High Fidelity vinyl. Whew, I'm like, man, this summer and fall are going to be, it's crazy. It is crazy, the amount of stuff they've announced for this summer and fall. Let's go through a Paul crate. Speaking of crazy, let's go through a Paul crate. Sister Sledge now playing. Yeah, just one thing after another. They announced all those Duran Duran reissues. They announced Van Halen, Firehouse. Tomorrow morning, I'm afraid to look at emails. It's probably going to be like, and then recently, the Dwight Yoakam discography. Next, it's going to be Ozzy Osmosis or something crazy like that's going to drop. Or Kiss, one of those Kiss albums that's never been reissued. Something, or Tool. I'm sure there's something else about to happen. But the way vinyl is trending, it's amazing. I mean, y'all know, y'all are here every night. The AC/DC reissues. The collectors, there's so many new collectors. So they got to get all this stuff back into print because there's just not enough OGs. I mean, people think there is. People think there are, but you start trying to look for some of this stuff in high grade, and it's getting scarcer and scarcer. So they're trying to get all this stuff back into print. Everybody wants vinyl, more Megadeth, more everything, new Fish. Yep. Okay, so back up at the top. The last thing I did was Terrence Kirby got the Cars. Bonsai got a bid for 42. Bonsai got a bid for 43. Bonsai 45. Tyler Browning wants the Police Live. Tyler Browning, I got you one of those. And then we have Bonsai 46. Paul Beal, you're the lone bidder on Metallica for $45. Thank you, Paul Beal. I'll get a new auction started. Where are we on Lizzie Borden? Lizzie Borden, it's a final call to Tom Byrne for $62. Paul Beal goes to Metallica. Yes, Metallica goes to Paul Beal. Next is the Helicopters. Paul Crate, there's bound to be some interesting stuff in here. Wow, $124.99. A sealed 1999 U.S. original, the Helicopters, $124.99. Playing the dues with hop sticker. Black Pumas, Capital Cuts, sealed 2021 red vinyl. Black Pumas, Capital Cuts, $26.99. Arrested Development. Arrested Development is sealed, $29.99, a 2017 reissue. Arrested Development. The Beatles, Abbey Road, sealed, $29.99, a new remaster. You got to have that. Kate Bush, The Whole Story, that's like a greatest hits, $34.99. Jason, I've been waiting for you on the Lizzie Borden. There you are. Tom Byrne has it for $62. I'm about to sell it. Bonsai is about to be sold to Robert Warner for $46. I've got more auctions to put up, including this right here. Whitesnake 87. Very nice copy. No condition notes. It's an original club copy with the original inner sleeve. $45 start for Whitesnake. The vinyl is near mint minus. There is the LP. There's the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap. It is a club. $45 on Whitesnake. Next is Invincible. Themes from the Legend of Billie Jean extended mix. That is Pat Benatar. Yeah, Pat Benatar. $9.99. And Jimmy Witherspoon Sings the Blues. Jimmy Witherspoon is a French pressing. $14.99 on Jimmy Witherspoon. Tom Byrne, you get the Lizzie Borden for $62. That's sold to Tom Byrne for $62. Next is Bonsai. Bonsai is officially sold to Robert Warner for $46. Looking for a $45 start on Whitesnake before I call that sold. And first, let me put this away. That's sold to Robert. And then there's Whitesnake looking for a $45 start. Whitesnake 87, and then I'll run up some new auctions as soon as we pull Pat Benatar. Still several things left in here unclaimed. That's sold to James Vasquez, Javi Soto, then Jennifer Schrader. Two more people popped up on that one. Heart, Passion Works, and shrink wrap of hop sticker. $19.99. More info on Black Pumas, please. It's called Black Pumas Capital Cuts. 8 powerful tracks from Black Pumas' debut album. Recorded live at Hollywood's famed Capitol Studio A, red vinyl. Sealed, released in 2021, $26.99. We have Hans Olsen Sings the Blues, a 1980 U.S. blues album, $14.99. Jeff McIntosh on Heart, that album's not in print. That's sold to Jeff McIntosh. Bob Marley and the Wailers, African Herbsman, $24.99. No condition notes on that. Reba McEntire's Greatest Hits, shrink wrap and hop sticker. Reba, $19.99 on Reba. Also, Queen's Greatest Hits Volume 2, sealed remaster, $44.99. George Ellis does want the Black Pumas he inquired about. That's sold to George Ellis. And Sophie Mutter, John Williams, Across the Stars, Special Edition, sealed, $24.99. Kate Bush price. Kate Bush is $34.99. It does have a punch hole. The whole story has running up that hill. And we have Gorgira, The Way of All Flesh. Gorgira is $139.99. Wow. 2017 blue and black vinyl. Gorgira, The Way of All Flesh, $139.99. Never had this happen before. Nobody bid on Whitesnake. $45 buy it now. Whitesnake 87. It is a club copy near mint. That's a buy it now for $45. James Bragg wants Gorgira. That's sold to James Bragg. Next is Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. That's a sealed reissue. Amy Winehouse, $29.99. The Black Keys, Dropout Boogie. The Black Keys is sealed. Should be white-colored vinyl, $29.99. Paul Oakley on Bob Marley. Bob Marley is sold to Paul Oakley. That's done. Foreigner, self-titled in shrink wrap, $19.99 on Foreigner. And Bruce Joyner and the Plantations. That is called Way Down South, a 1983 U.S. New Wave post-punk album, $17.99. Whitesnake is sold to Curtis Marachi for a $45 buy it now. James Bragg first on the Black Keys. That's sold to James Bragg. Sam Squatch, you are second on Whitesnake. Steamhammer. Steamhammer is a mid-70s German import. $24.99 for Steamhammer. And Heart, Greatest Hits and Live. Nice, $24.99. So that's Heart's Greatest Hits. And then some live cuts. $24.99 on that. Let me jump over here right quick and do this. And let's see here. Metallicas. Yes, I got this one. And let's do this here. Let's do these two right here. Okay, and then I'll add something else in just a second. We have Whitesnake at 45. George Sherritt gets the Heart. Jeff McIntosh, you're second. Jackson Blaylock wants Steamhammer. That's sold. Next is Shackles. Trader's Gate. Shackles is a 2009 U.S. pressing. Shackles, Trader's Gate, $15 start. Metallica, live at the Bridge School Benefit, 1997. We just had a whole set of these Met Clubs come through, and then we bought another collection, and they had a whole set of them. I've learned something about these Met Clubs, though. People like to keep them sealed. I'm like, man, I don't have a set yet. I got to get in on these so that I can do whatever the next one comes out. But, man, everybody leaves them sealed. Open these things up and listen to them. But, of course, it's Metallica. It's a fan club. Everybody's like, I better leave this sealed. But I don't think we've ever had any of these opened. I think every time, I've sold probably a dozen of these Bridge School Benefits now, they've all been sealed. There may be more sealed ones than open ones out there. I think if you open it, it's more scarce than a sealed one. $45 start. It's the club edition. It's a Metallica fan club, numbered 3162. Met Club, live at Bridge School Benefit. $45 start. $45 start. Shackles is at $15. Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis is $19.99. And John Fogerty, Centerfield, shrink wrap and hop sticker, that is $19.99. Curtis needs to put back the Whitesnake. Whitesnake is going back. So who was back up on that? Sam Squatch? Sam Squatch, I'm going to give you the Whitesnake for $45. That's sold to Sam Squatch for $45. Now we're caught up. Shackles has a bid for $20. The Police, Greatest Hits, Half-Speed Master, sealed, $39.99. And ZZ Top, Raw, that little old band from Texas, original soundtrack, sealed, Tangerine Vinyl, $34.99. Metallica, Bridge School. The tracks on here is Low Man's Lyric Live, Poor Twisted Me Live, Fade to Black Live, and the Four Horsemen Live. I'm pretty sure that's like an unplugged set by Metallica. $45 start on that. Final call on Shackles. Adele, $25. Adele is $24.99. And Exhorter, Slaughter in the Vatican. Exhorter is a music on vinyl pressing. $29.99 for Exhorter, Slaughter in the Vatican. I'm going to finish out the rest of this V8 Energy, so let me mute my mic for 1 second, please. Sorry, I got choked after I tried to drink it too fast. I think I'm good now. Metallica 45, Metallica 45. Alonzo wants Exhorter. That's sold to Alonzo Brinsnow. Next is AC/DC. For those about to rock, we salute you. $29.99. For those about to rock. Hey, Bob Lugwood Mastering. That's a nice copy. We always auction those. AC/DC's $29.99. Also, Time Out, Dave Brubeck Quartet, sealed on orange vinyl. Dave Brubeck Quartet, sealed on orange vinyl. $26.99 on Dave Brubeck Quartet. All right, that's sealed on orange vinyl. Next is Jeff Church on John Fogerty. That was an OG Centerfield and shrink wrap and hop sticker. Shackles is the final call for $24. And Love is Love. Love is Love is an unofficial African compilation. African compilation, $29.99. Jim Berg on AC/DC. That's sold to Jim Berg. And we have Shackles at $24. Final call now that Jerry's out. Now, Sean Hibbler, you tied Paul Beal. So Paul's 45 came in first, and then you tied him. So that's a final call for 45. We have Strange Fruit, Nina Simone, Jazz Classic sealed, $29.99 for Nina Simone. Old Crow Medicine Show, Paint This Town. That is limited edition Aurora sky-colored vinyl. Old Crow Medicine Show sealed, $29.99. And Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, no condition notes, a club copy. I Want My MTV, $34.99. Shackles is sold for $24 to Sam Squatch. I lost Sean Hibbler somewhere. Paul Beal, you get that Metallica as well for $45. Man, the last time we had those, I think every one of them brought over $100. We've sold 2 tonight for $45. We have Under a Raging Moon, Roger Daltrey, $14.99 for Roger Daltrey. And Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, a late 70s or early 80s club. So late 70s, early 80s club, no barcode. But Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, clean copy, $39.99. Just making sure I hadn't lost the feed somewhere. Is everybody still awake out there? Test 1, 2. I need to get everybody typing something. I like to see the chat moving. Where's everybody watching from? Is everybody sleepy on this Thursday night? Everybody might have already got a big sleepy head on me. Everybody's big sleepy head right now? We have a lot of ground to cover. Next auction is Johnny Cash. I forgot about these over here. I got Johnny Cash, the Baron Steel. Let me put up this Cinderella, and I'll grab another metal title that I couldn't make out the name of at first glance. And what was that? Well, I kind of could make out this, so I can make it out, so we'll put that up. We need all new auctions, though. Everybody, let me know where you're watching from, for sure. Welcome. 4-day weekend, yeah. Some people's not working tomorrow, then a lot of people's off on Monday. I forgot it's Memorial Day weekend. We might do some kind of Memorial Day sale on Monday night, some kind of something. I don't know usually what I feel like we run sales every night, though. I tell people that all the time. We do like half-off bins, and every once in a while I'll discount a bunch of new vinyl, but yeah, welcome to the machine. I got a whole stack of 45s, too. Don't let me forget about those. I know y'all want. I'll bring them a little bit closer. But I actually just got done sorting these. I've had a box behind the counter. My mom has asked me to move it like 10 times. I'm like, well, I don't want to move it till I can go through them. But I have a stack of 45s. They're all $6.99. They're from Fred Goodwin's collection. A lot of 80s, a lot of picture sleeves. I got to get everybody woke up. Got to get everybody back in focus here. We got still 3 crates of new vintage stuff to go through. I'm probably going to go back and go through some of the new vinyl from the beginning of the show because I feel like there's way too much left over. Probably won't go through anything from yesterday until we can at least go through all this stuff once or twice. And then there were some great titles. But we had 4 crates and everything left is in 2. So we've sold quite a bit of new vinyl. However, I just thought there was like, I guess I was very proud when I was ordering all this stuff. I was like, man, going to be some great stuff here. All right. So let's see what's happening. Let me go back up to the top now that everybody's back awake. Jim Berg was the last comment, AC/DC. Then I took a little break there trying to get everybody resituated and everybody to stretch, get refocused. We got Paul watching from the San Diego jail, Illinois. We have Celtics up 2-0. I don't think I've watched an NBA basketball game. I don't know if I've ever watched an NBA. I don't think, yeah. I've never watched an NBA basketball game from tip-off to finish. I don't think so. Never got into that. Okay. Next is Desolation Angels King. Desolation Angels King. It is sealed. It's a 2018 UK pressing. That's a $20 start. Desolation Angels King, $20 start on that. Auction number 1. Auction number 2 is Johnny Cash, the Baron. This one doesn't come through too often, the Baron. Johnny Cash, it's a 1981 U.S. Pittman press. It has the original company inner sleeve, and this is a $15 start. So Johnny Cash is near mint in shrink wrap. Near mint shrink wrap. It has the original Columbia inner sleeve. $15 start on Johnny. We don't get that one as often. And we have Cinderella. This is a 1988 Canadian pressing. It's technically a Canadian club. It's called Long Cold Winter. It's a Canadian club. The vinyl is nice. EX Plus. It has the original inner sleeve and a nice jacket. It is a Canadian club. It's got the embossed lettering. Nice. $35 start. We do have a bid on Johnny Cash for $15. Next in the bin, REM, Automatic for the People, a sealed remaster, $29.99. We have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $29.99. It appears opened. It is near mint. The Police, Around the World, restored and expanded. That's also sealed, $36.99. We have Queen, A Night at the Opera, a half-speed master, sealed, $34.99. And in Prize Fighter Inferno, The Prize Fighter Inferno, the CD Introvert, it is signed. It's a 2021 bronze vinyl pressing, $29.99. So final call to get a bid in on Desolation Angels for $20. Johnny Cash just got a new bid for $20. And then Cinderella has bids for $35 and $35. Tim Turner, you were first. Heath Normand, you were second. Heath Normand, you were second. All right, now let's go through this one more time. One more time. And then we're going to go through another bin of new vintage stuff. And then I'll do some new vinyl and then new vintage, and then we'll probably be time for recapping. If you're here for movie posters, we'll do that a little bit later. I'm going to go to the back. I think I can get some flat stuff. I got a bunch of flat top posters, like originals and some new stuff mixed in there. Going to go through some of that. Robert, let me know if you want back in on Johnny before I sell it. First, Paul Bill asked about this. The Helicopters, Playing the Dues. It's sealed with Hop sticker. It's an original $19.99 on Sub Pop. It is sealed, $124.99. Arrested Development, sealed, $29.99. Beatles, sealed, $29.99. Jimmy Witherspoon, $14.99 for Jimmy. Also, Hans Olsen Sings the Blues, that's 1980, $14.99. Reba McEntire in shrink wrap, hop sticker, $19.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, that's a sealed remaster as well, $44.99. Across the Stars, Anne Sophie Mutter and John Williams, the legendary John Williams, $24.99. Kate Bush, The Whole Story, $34.99. That's like a hits comp. Amy Winehouse was sealed, $29.99. And Foreigner, self-titled and shrink wrap, feels like the very first time, $19.99. Oh, I was just about to sell that, so let me make it a final call. I was about to make it a buy it now. Jerry Conklin, you got the Desolation Angels for $20. I'm about to sell it to Jerry Conklin. Johnny Cash got a new bid for $22 and now $25. Cinderella got a new bid with A-Rod at $40. That means Tim Turner's out and Heath Normand's out. James Bragg wants the Helicopters. I'm assuming, Paul Bill, you're passing, so I'm going to go ahead and give that to James Bragg. Paul Bill did ask about that earlier, so we'll confirm with him. And then Susie Breedlove wants Arrested Development. That has their hit song Tennessee on it. 3 years, 5 months, etc., on that. Is the Death Star on the back of the John Williams. Let's see here. It is. It's a 2019 Record Store Day, 45 RPM numbered. It has Ray's theme, Yoda's theme. It's all Star Wars stuff. All Star Wars stuff, $24.99. Next is Desolation Angels has a new bid for $22. Bruce Joyner and the Plantations, $17.99 for Bruce Joyner. Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis is $19.99. The Police, Greatest Hits. We had the standard version the other night. This is the Abbey Road Half-Speed Master with the Obi over there. That's sealed. That's a great price, $39.99. That's about $20 less than what the MSRP on that is. So that's a pretty big discount being a pre-owned sealed record. Johnny Cash has a new bid for $28. Desolation Angels at $23. And ZZ Top Raw, that is on the tangerine colored vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Adele 25, sealed, $24.99. Time Out, Dave Brubeck, orange vinyl, sealed, $26.99. Love is Love, that's an African comp, $29.99. Johnny Cash is at $35. Nina Simone, that is sealed, $29.99. Danny, you're out on Desolation Angels. We have a new bid. Danny's right back in at $34. Nobody else bid on Cinderella. Let's go ahead and sell that to A-Rod for $40. A-Rod, nice pickup there. Usually they'll bring a little bit more than that, especially in that condition. That was a nice copy of Cinderella, $40 to A-Rod. I'll get another auction on deck in 2 records. We have Old Crow Medicine Show, that was on colored vinyl, $29.99. And Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $34.99. Zachary P. wants the Nina Simone. Thank you, Zachary P. Jerry's out on Desolation Angels, so sell that to Danny Thomason for $24. And Johnny Cash is at $35 with Shane Devers. That's a final call. That means I can grab 2 auctions. A-Rod also wants the ZZ Top. That was called Raw. That's sold. And let me grab a new crate before I do anything else because that one is officially full. Let me grab another new one right here. Lots of vintage stuff to go through. And like I said, new pre-orders this week have been insane. Hope everybody's in our group. Whole lot of records. You don't get billed for pre-orders until they come in. So you don't have to pay. A lot of people think they got to pay right away. You don't have to do that. You don't have to pay until they come in. So let me grab a couple of our new auctions here. I think we have an OG Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, which is 2019. I got a Wasp over here. So let's do some new auctions. I'm going to start mixing in some of these 45s as well. I'm almost done recapping this bin. Here's some stuff on deck. Wasp, Kid Rock, Metallica, which is OG Metallica from 2008, another Met Club, and then I've got another Johnny Cash, an early one from Sun, another one here. So let's see what's going on first, though. What do we got? Johnny Cash, so we can't do that. Let's do this Metallica. We'll wait on that one, and then I'll do Kid Rock, and we'll put Wasp, Johnny Cash, and Metallica over here on deck. So first, we have Metallica, Saint Anger Live Rarities from that Met Club, which is a 2022 Met Club. It is sealed. It's number 3578. It's a $45 start. There's another Met Club, Saint Anger Live Rarities. Now, Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, yeah, I think this came out in 2019, and this is the 2019. And I know another reason why I remember this, it had these hop stickers, which these don't have hop stickers anymore when they press them. I've got two right over here. They don't have those hop stickers. At least the last couple I've ordered hadn't. So we're tracing that to a 2019 sealed $35 start. That's the original, and that was before they were actually in print, or excuse me, that is cheaper price than what they are in print at that opening bid of $35. Just FYI. All right, I think everybody's done on Johnny Cash. Nobody said out, but we got to sell it. Shane Devers gets that for $35. Metallica has bids for $45 and $45. Billy with first. Kid Rock's a $35 start. And I'll go ahead and put up the other Johnny Cash then. New Johnny Cash going up for auction. The original Sun Sound. The original Sun Sound of Johnny Cash. A 1964 U.S. mono. A 1964 U.S. mono. Nice VG for what this is. Mono VG. There's a little bit of writing on the label, but that is 1964 Sun Records, Memphis, Tennessee. Very cool jacket. I've always liked that. I wish my hair looked like that. That is now going up for bid. $25 start. That's a 64 mono. Let me get these laid over there. They're wanting to slip slide away like Paul Simon. We have Under a Raging Moon, Roger Daltrey, $14.99. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, $39.99. A late 70s club, REM, Automatic for the People, sealed, $29.99. Pink Floyd was near mint minus. It is a used remaster, $29.99. The Police, Around the World, sealed, $36.99. Queen, sealed, $34.99, and the Prize Fighter, Inferno, the City Introvert, signed, gold vinyl, $29.99. 45s are happening right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 45s. These are all $6.99. They're all first come, first serve. They're all near mint, and most of them are promos. First is the Stray Cats. This is She's Sexy and 17. It is very nice with picture sleeve. Stray Cats, $6.99. Outfield, All the Love and In the World. It's a white label promo. The sleeve has some humidity damage. There is some humidity damage on the sleeve. Near mint minus on that. $6.99 on the outfield. Herbie Hancock, Vibe Alive. Herbie Hancock is a white label promo, unplayed, mint minus. The Rolling Stones, Harlem Shuffle, in picture sleeve, unplayed, mint minus. Rolling Stones and REO Speedwagon, Ride in the Storm Out in the original company sleeve, and Keep Pushing, REO Speedwagon. Stray Cats, outfield, Herbie Hancock, Rolling Stones, and REO Speedwagon. Now, if y'all want to warm up the chat, the only thing I got to do is show 45s. I haven't shown them in a while. I grabbed one handful. We have an unbelievable collection of 45s. I don't get to show them too often. I try to group them together by all the same price, and then it gets very chaotic whenever I show them. So let's go up to the top and see what's going on. First thing we had was Metallica was at $45.45. Kid Rock did get a bid for $35. Metallica $48. Kid Rock $40. Metallica $50. Kid Rock $45. Johnny Cash $25. Johnny Cash $30. Metallica $53. Craig's first on Stray Cats, $6.99. That's sold to Craig. Stray Cats is sold. And then we have Stacy Blomstrom on Out for Outfield. That's sold to Stacy. Josh Tanner next on Stray Cats. Curtis Marachi next on Stray Cats. Jared Inc. on HH for Herbie Hancock, then Jim Davis, and then Paul Oakley first on the Stones, and then Shane Devers, and then Jim Sedal next on Herbie, then Susie next on the Stones, then Curtis next on the Stones, and Jennifer Schrader on REO Speedwagon. Then we got a new bid on Johnny Cash for 35, Calvin next on REO, and we have Metallica and Kid Rock and Johnny Cash. Any rock metal 45s, just show any punk and hardcore. I don't know if Paul's watching. I hate to mention the back room. I know you'll get tired of us talking about it, but we probably have 4,000 hardcore punk and metal 45s just stacked up in the back in these crates. Not crates like this, they're like in file crates. We got them just like stacked. They've been stacked up in the back now for about a year, maybe a year and a half. Well, about a year. Paul, yeah, almost a year. Almost a year they've been stacked up in the back. There's probably several thousand. There are more 45s, yes. There will be more 45s, but it's incredible. They're all hardcore. They're all hardcore punk and metal. They're just stacked up and layered in the back. That's not a joke. They're everywhere back there. We got a whole section. They're just stacked up. I hope Paul's watching so he can, maybe he knows the more accurate count. He'll probably say there's at least 2 of them. There's at least 2. That's what he said last time I asked him for a count. There's a bunch back there. It truly is. We got 3 people today pricing stuff for us. We try every day to get more and more stuff out. But essentially, we're live 6 to 8 hours a night, and it's just not enough time to show everything, especially the demand for albums. So every once in a while, we try to just mix in some new stuff, but it gets really difficult trying to balance everything we have to show. So back up at the top. Metallica. Where did we get to on Metallica? I've got to sell it. Metallica is a final call. I probably could we got some leftovers over there. I probably could bring those out. And there's probably a lot of new people that's never, there's stuff over here I showed 8 months ago. And I see a lot of people commenting that's like relatively new customers. Y'all probably hadn't seen the other stuff over here. Let me figure out where we got it on Metallica because I've got to sell it pretty soon. It's been up for a while. I got Sean Hibbler at $53. Billy LeBlanc, you got outbid. Sean Hibbler has it for $53. I'm about to sell it. $53 on that. And then Kid Rock, the last bid on Kid Rock, Robert Phillippe said out. That means the last bid on Kid Rock then was $45 of Daniel Boozeiden. Daniel, you have that for $45. Billy's out on that. So those are definitely final calls. And I think I got Shane Devers. Yeah, Shane Devers is at 40 on Johnny Cash. Kid Rock's at 50. So that's where we're at on those items there. Let me keep these in order. And let's go through some new vintage stuff here, and then I'll go through a few. I'll mix in some 45s, and of course, we'll keep auctions rolling. So what are the store hours on Saturday? I'll be in the area. We are here from 10 o'clock till 4. We're here from 10 till 4. All right. We have Elton John, Blue Moves. VG condition, $9.99. Elton John, Blue Moves. We have Street Heart, Under Heaven, Over Hell. That's sealed, $12.99. Also, Alice Cooper. That is From the Inside. It's in G condition, which is good, which is less than VG minus, $12.99. Alice Cooper. The Mothers of Invention, absolutely free. Also in G condition, $9.99. And the Beach Boys, Wild Honey. Wild Honey, the Beach Boys and 2020. It's a 2-album set, VG condition, $12.99. Michael Rudolph wants to Elton John. Metallica is sold. Metallica, that is sold to Sean Hibbler for $53. Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash is sold to Shane Devers for $40. Kid Rock is at $60 and now $65. Let's put away those. I'll get 2 new auctions started as soon as I tag these and put up a couple other things. But first, we have Sam Squatch on SH. Was that for Street Heart? Is that right, Sam Squatch? And then Debbie Winston on BB for Beach Boys. And DK Evans was second. So there's Kid Rock, $65, now $70. Next is Diana Ross and the Supremes, Greatest Hits. With the posters. Wow. This 2-record set contains 3 individually autographed full-color paintings of the Supreme suitable for framing. So it still has that Obi strip, and it actually still has it. Also 20 songs, VG $9.99. We have Eagles, their debut, VG condition. It's a first issue white Asylum labels with the original trifold cover. Wow. OG Eagles, VG $12.99. Donna Summer's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Volume 2 by itself, VG $9.99. And Band on the Run with the poster, VG Vinyl $9.99. Next auction is Wasp, and we have Metallica Death Magnetic. Metallica Death Magnetic is a 2008 US first pressing. This too has some light scuffing on each side, but nothing that will affect playback. Overall, EX edition, OG Death Magnetic, $50 start on Metallica. Wasp. I think somebody asked for this last night for 4 hours, and I never did get to it. 1984 US Winchester pressing, original inner sleeve, $55 start. Gold stamp promo, $55 gold stamp promo. There is the LP, there's the insert, and that is a gold stamp promo. Wasp, self-titled, $55 start. Back up at the top, Debbie Winstead says Supremes. Those are facsimile. Those aren't actual autographed. It says individually autographed. They're facsimile. At least I think they are. I don't think those are... that'd be pretty cool if they were. I think they're facsimile. What happened to them? There they are. Okay, they kind of all attach here. Yeah, I've had hundreds of these? I've never actually had one with these inserts. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know how many hundreds of copies of this I've had. I've never seen those before. Those are really cool portraits, too. They look like they're signed, but they're not. At least I don't think they are. That'd be pretty wicked. I think that would... Now, there is an Elton John album out there that's actually signed by Elton John. I'll show it to you. I've got one behind the counter. Let me see if I can get that. Debbie, I'm going to tuck that so that I don't want to mess up the perforation on that. I'm going to tuck it behind the sleeve. I'm going to tuck that behind the sleeve like that. I'm not going to put it back in there the way it's supposed to be. I don't want to mess up the perforation there. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Details on Kid Rock, give me 1 second. Lance Yellowrobe on Eagles. Then Tim Turner. Jerry Conklin wants Band on the Run. Debbie Winstead also gets Donna Summer. Kid Rock 71, Metallica 50, Pam Murray next on Wings. So Metallica has one bid. That's an OG. Wasp is a $55 start. Kid Rock is 2019, which is the OG release for his greatest hits. Jason Anderson has it for $71. It's sealed. Kid Rock, you never saw coming. And it even has the song Bawada Diddy Diddy Da Bada Wada. Kid Rock. He's got a General Lee Cybertruck now. I thought that was very interesting. We have The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. VG condition, $12.99 for The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Lou Reed, this is EX condition, $29.99. There is some cover damage. Legendary Hearts, EX condition, $29.99. Kid Rock's at $75. Wasp is at $55. Kid Rock's at $76. We have Malich, EX condition, $22.99. That's something I didn't have that on my bingo card. Kid Rock with a General Lee Cybertruck. Not surprised, but I didn't see that coming. A General Lee Cybertruck. We have Chris Stapleton starting over, $29.99. Chris Stapleton's $29.99, and Miss Jade, Girl Interrupted. Miss Jade is $14.99. Are we about to really let an OG Death Magnetic slip through for $50? Final call. Here's the next 545s. I've got 1. I've got 2. I've got 3. I've got 4. I've got 545s coming up. First, $6.99. Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah, The Clash, $6.99. Full Force, All in My Mind, $6.99. Rock the Casbah's Near Mint. Full Force is a white label promo, unplayed, $6.99. Tina Marie, Ooh La La. Tina Marie, Ooh La La, white label promo, unplayed. Wishing Well, Terrence Trent D'Arby, Mr. TTD, white label promo, unplayed, $6.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young, white label promo, unplayed, $6.99. A lot of times I grade these 45s to simplify it so we can actually get all these things out for sale. I do unplayed and played. Unplayed means it looks like it's a brand new record. It probably never has been played. A lot of these promos, especially from Fred's collection, you'll see a lot of 45s and they look like that. I mean, it's like brand new. Plus, it's a promo. And then every once in a while, if it's something expensive, I'll grade it EX, VG Plus. But usually I'll say played, which is probably just going to be a VG Plus record. Because a 45, it's either like, for some reason, we have like two grades, it seems like. In the back, we either got like brand new mint condition ones, or we got ones that look like somebody's worn them out. And we don't put those out too often. So we usually only put out the good ones, the like unplayed near mint mines. That makes it a lot easier because we don't have a lot of time to start cleaning and grading 45s unless they're rare or expensive. So a lot of these, they're just like, we just put out nice ones. I didn't even have to clean these. They came straight out of Fred Goodwin's garage looking like that, like brand new. So just a heads up on those, but they're nice. I kind of do a quick look and then we go from there. So back up at the top, let me make sure we had some new activity all of a sudden. Kid Rock was at $75. Wasp did get a bid for $55. Kid Rock 76, Kid Rock 80. Brian bid $55 on the Metallica. Danny Thomason on CS. CS was that a claim in here? Chris Stapleton. Yes, that's so to Danny Thomason, Chris Stapleton. Robert Philippi, you're second. Mark Lent put BM Lou C3M9. Boy, I don't know what that means. And then Craig Thomas on Clash. That's so to Craig Thomas. Paul Oakley, you were second. Josh Tanner third. Stacy fourth. Jennifer fifth. Metallica got another $50 bid, but we already had a $50 bid. Plus, Brian bid $55. Lisa, you were sixth on Rock the Casbah. Jim Sedal seventh. Billy Blanc eighth. The Maluch price. The Maluch. It is EX condition, $22.99. Michael Rudolph, you were eighth on Rock the Casbah. Darren Warman was 9. Wow, a lot of people on that one. We have Terrence Trent Darby, sold to TTD. That's sold to Travis Wade. TTD sold to Travis Wade. Then Brian C. Davey Winston on JT for James Taylor. Then Sherry Darnell. Then Jeff Church. Pam Murray on Tina Marie. That's sold to Pam Murray. Wasp is at 60. Metallica 56. Metallica 60. Metallica 51. Only thing left there unclaimed was Full Force. That's called All in My Mind. Mint in mint picture sleeve. If I get it back in its mint jacket. And the Mind FF Mellow Mix. Andy McLean says he'll take it. All right, that's another 545s all gone. Pronounced Moloch. Moloch is sold to Neil Reigler. Moloch. It looks like Maluch, or it could be Moloch, but it is evidently Moloch. Moluch. Moloch. Okay, sold. We're going to sell it. Now, Metallica's got new bids. Wasp has new bids. And Kid Rock, the last bid on Kid Rock, Jason said he's out. 2019 OG sealed. Shane Devers has it for $80. Wasp and the Metallica still getting new bids. Let's go ahead and finish up this bin then. We have Rob Prester, Trillium. Rob Prester is $14.99, Trillium. Lone Justice, $14.99, Lone Justice. No condition notes, nice. Allman Brothers, Fillmore East, sealed, just $24.99, a 2016. Wow, that's a great deal. Al Green, Let's Stay Together, sealed, just $19.99. AC/DC, for those about to rock, sealed, $22.99, a 2009 pressing. And the Jackson 5 ABC. Wow, no condition notes. That's extremely unusual for this record. $39.99. The ABC album, Jackson 5, $39.99. I've been listening to it about 50 years. It's definitely Moloch. David is a Moloch expert. 50 years of listening. This is the first time I've heard of Moloch was tonight. Metallica, 66. Wasp, 65. Susie Breedlove on JA. GA. GA was for Greg Allman, perhaps, for the Allman Brothers. Is that right, Susie? And then Metallica 70, Susie on Jackson 5, and Reed Gregory on AC/DC. Okay, now, that means nobody else bid on Kid Rock. Kid Rock is sold to Shane Devers. for $80. I'll have to listen to some Moloch. Susie wants to put back the Jackson 5, but Sherry Darnell's going to get the Al Green. And Susie, I'm assuming your GA was for Greg Allman, as in the Allman Brothers. Now, Metallica has a new bid for $70 with Billy LeBlanc. That's OG Death Magnetic. And then we have Wasp, moving that over here to slot number 2. Wasp, Larry Larson has it for $65. Another OG US original inner sleeve gold stamp promo. Ron Duffield, you were second on AC/DC. Paul Brothers says he'll take the Jackson 5. It's easy as 1, 2, 3, Paul Brothers. That's so do you. Let's go ahead and show 5 more 45s. I've got 1. I've got 2. I've got 3. I've got 4. I've got 5. Here's our next 5 45s. Here is a white label promo, a classic. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. Nice. Now this one, I'm going to call more like EX. That side there is near mint minus. It's a double-sided promo. That side looks like it was played, so we'll call that VG+. But it's double-sided. That one looks unplayed. $6.99. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. White label promo. Cyndi Lauper. Money changes everything. Cyndi Lauper. I guarantee it's most likely a promo. It is not a promo. I struck out on that one. Steve Perry. Oh, Sherry. Steve Perry. Nice. That one's unplayed. James Brown. How do you stop? White label promo. James Brown, how do you stop? And Denise Williams, let's hear it for the boy from Footloose. That's actually a stock copy. $6.99. So the Hollies, Cyndi Lauper, Steve Perry, O'Sherry, James Brown, and Denise Williams. Let's hear it for the boy. All right, let me do that. And okay, sorry, I had to text somebody back right quick. Let's figure out who got those. And then we got another crate of new vintage stuff. Wow, we got 2 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. A Paul crate and a John crate. All righty. Let's go back up the top, though. Wasp got a bid for $66. Metallica was a final call to Billy for $70. Wasp got a bid for $66 with Tim Zarnota. Larry Drish first to the Hollies. Larry, you get the Hollies. Travis Wade on Cyndi Lauper. Lisa, you're second on the Hollies. Sherry Darnell on Steve Perry. Heath Norman, you were second. Lisa Montgomery on Denise Williams. Then Billy LeBlanc. Then Travis Wade. Then Debbie Winston on Hollies. And then Lori next on Steve Perry and Rachel next on Denise. That just leaves James Brown. If anybody wants it, how do you stop? White label promo, $6.99. Are we really going to have one left behind? Surely somebody wants that. All right, nobody bid on Metallica. Sold. $70 to Billy LeBlanc. Billy, you get that for $70. And I'm going to give one more chance on Wasp because I know there was somebody else bidding. Tim Zarnota had it for $66. Larry says he's out, so it looks like Tim's going to get that. Let's move James Brown to sold. Thank you, Larry Smith. $6.99. So do you. Now, earlier, nobody claimed this. This is the only auction that did not sell tonight. Dolly is an original 1970 U.S. pressing, original company inner sleeve, original, no condition notes, $45. The fairest of them all. Can't believe it's left behind. It is a $45 buy now if anybody wants it. OG Dolly, 1970. That's the only auction tonight that did not sell. Let's go ahead and sell Wasp, though. Tim Zarnota gets that for $66. Thank you, Tim. Very nice. Were you the one asking for it last night, Tim? I hope you were, because somebody was for a long time. Sherry Darnell is going to pick up the Dolly for a $45 buy now. And one of the first auctions, actually, the first auction of the night, one of the first auctions of the night, was this right here. It was a Rush box set. We put it up for like a $55 start. It was a sealed permanent waves, and we sold one for $73. And I was like, you know what? I actually think we have those in stock. We do. So I said, if anybody else wants one, I've got 2 left, $73. 40th anniversary of permanent waves, $73. $73. Rush permanent waves, $73. Breakfast Club or singles. If we do, they're going to be shown in any second. I would be ready to claim them because they could be in this next stack. Hope that you're ready, Adam. You got to have your thumbs and your fingers on the trigger for whenever they're shown. Because if we do have a Simple Minds, there'll be about 15 people trying to claim it all at once. Let's go through the John crate, and then let's go through the Paul crate. And I think we might I may go ahead and recap before it gets too late some of the very first new vinyl arrivals that came in for this week as well. Okay? Lone Justice is $14.99, Pam. I don't think I actually recapped what was left in there. Lone Justice is $14.99. Let's go through this stuff here and see what's in here. And first LP is Yazoo, Carl Yastrzemski. Wow, a Carl Yastrzemski record. The Life of Carl Yastrzemski, $19.99. I feel like I'm butchering that. The Eagles, their greatest hits. No condition notes. A little bit of a notch there on the cover. A bump, $34.99 for Eagles' greatest hits. And George Jones with Love. George Jones. I know there's not much going on the cover there except for his photo and a bouquet of roses, but that is an original George Jones studio album. That's called George Jones with Love. Price is $9.99. George Jones with Love. Hank Snow with Grand Ole Opry Favorites. This is sealed, 1973, $19.99. Marshall Bassett on George Jones. Can I put back the Tina Marie and get Lone Justice? Oh no, now we have an unsold 45. Was there anybody back up on Tina Marie? Was there anybody back up on that? I don't know if I can scroll back up and find it. Tina Marie, Ooh La La. This is a white label promo, $6.99. $6.99 if anybody wants that. I can't remember if there was backups or not. But Pam Murray, I'll give you the Lone Justice. That has, what's her name on it? Who's the lead singer for this album? She has an incredible voice, but that's sold $14.99. Tina Marie, $6.99. We may have to sell it before I move on to another stack. White label promo, unplayed. We have backup at the top. We have Marshall Bassett and George Jones, Shane Second, Robert Warner, Lori Eisman. Marshall Bassett gets Hank Snow. Chris Knapp saves the entire show. Chris Knapp gets Tina Marie. You know what we also don't have? We don't have any auctions going. We still got plenty of stuff to show. Like another full night worth of stuff still laying over here. Let's do one of those auctions I couldn't read earlier. That means it's going to be metal. And then we're going to do an Ozzy record. That's something over here. And an Iron Maiden. Oh my gosh. And Ozzy. Plenty of stuff to show here. 3 great auctions coming up. Well, at least one of them. This is called Toxics. Toxic Dismorta. I have no idea, but it's a 2022 German pressing, sealed, $20 start. That's Tox. Let me check the spine. Toxic Dismora, spelt with a K. Toxic with a K. $20 start. A 2022 German pressing. Ozzy. You heard me. Ozzy. This is Bark at the Moon. Maria McKee. Oh, Tina Marie and Maria McKee. What happened? Did you buy something? Hold on a second. This is Tina Marie. Chris Knapp didn't buy anything, but we will sell it to Michael Rudolph. But I'll take Tina for fun. Okay, well, there's actually somebody else wanted it. I'll still give it to you. I saw a claim, and I got Tina Marie and Maria McKee mixed up. Boy, that was confusing. So, Chris Knapp, if you still want this, say sold. If not, I'll give it to Michael Rudolph. I'll leave it right there in pending. Okay, sorry, that was confusing. Ozzy's a 1983 U.S. Carrollton pressing, still in shrink wrap. This is OG Ozzy. OG Ozzy. RL in the dead wax. That's going to sound good. RL in the dead wax. Ozzy. $45 start. That is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, in shrink wrap. It was originally only $3.99. It is OG. It's an 83 Carrollton. $45 start on that. Iron Maiden. Power Slave. Gold stamp promo. Iron Maiden Power Slave is an 84 Winchester pressing. This is OG. It has the textured cover. It's only a $25 start. $25 start on Iron Maiden Power Slave. VG Plus condition. Can I bid at a $25 start? Iron Maiden. It has the inner sleeve. It has a textured cover. A little bit of edge wear along the top. It is OG. Gold stamp promo. $25 start on that. Info on Toxic. Toxic is called Dismorta. It is sealed. It's a 2022 German pressing. I got my phone over here. I'm trying to charge it. Let's see. So Michael Rudolph gets the Tina Marie. All right, so Michael Rudolph, that goes to you. Chris Knapp was helping me out. Yes. Maria McKee was the singer on Lone Justice. All right, I think we're caught up. All three auctions have bids. All right, let's keep going. New vintage arrivals. We have Paul McCartney, Tug of War on blue vinyl, sealed, $49.99. Wow. Sealed blue vinyl. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $49.99. The Greatest Hits album. That sounds interesting. 3 LP compilation. The Greatest Hits album, $24.99. 3 LPs of hits. Greatest Hits album. That is Guitar Wolf, Jet Generation, $19.99. Jet Generation, Guitar Wolf, $54.99. Susie Breedlove wants the hits comp. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. And Tampalis Exchange. Tampalis is a 1970 white label promo. Tampalis Exchange, white label promo, $19.99. Paul Beal wants Guitar Wolf. That's sold to Paul Beal. Thank you, Paul Beal. That's sold to you. And Celtics Pride. The Celtics Pride, the Celtics, the Celtics, the Boston Celtics. The only way you pronounce it Celtics. Anywhere else, it's Celtics. Celtics Pride, the Boston Celtics, $19.99. George Benson, Erotic Moods. That is $24.99 for George Benson. And Ed Bruce, the Tennessean. Ed Bruce is a white label promo from 1977, $19.99. Billy wants the Celtics Pride. That's sold to Billy LeBlanc. Okay, Toxic is at 25. Ozzy's at 47. And Iron Maiden is at 35 of Chris Knapp. Luke, you're out. Billy, you're out. Danny, you're out. Also, you're out. Lots of bidders on that. We have Buddy Rich, $14.99 on Buddy Rich. And the Famous Carter Family, $9.99 on the Famous Carter Family. Can't put up a new auction because I already got 3 on the way. But I am going to do a quick timeout. Let me grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more 45s. Everybody ready? 5 more 45s coming up right now. Let me make sure there wasn't any other new claims first. First, though, we have Iron Maiden got a new bid for 50. Jennifer Schrader wants Buddy Rich. That's sold to Jennifer Schrader. We have Carter Family sold to Danny Thomason. Toxic getting new bids. Ozzy getting new bids. And Iron Maiden. Actually, Ozzy didn't get a new bid. This is in shrink wrap, Bark at the Moon. Final call for $47 of Calvin Ward. We're out of order on Iron Maiden. Somebody has already bid $50 on Iron Maiden. We still got bids for 36, 38, and 43. There's been a $50 bid on the board for a couple minutes now. Iron Maiden is at $50 as of right now. Toxic is at $27. Price on Tampalis Exchange. That was $19.99, 1970 white label promo, $19.99. Okay, let me go down the board here. Toxic Dismorta is a 2022 German pressing, sealed. Toxic Dismorta, 2022 German pressing, sealed. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, 1983 U.S. Carrollton pressing. In shrink wrap, EX Plus vinyl, OG in shrink wrap. Iron Maiden is a 1984 U.S. Winchester press. Textured cover, VG Plus vinyl, maybe EX. Gold stamp promo, Edge original inner sleeve. That's OG. Iron Maiden. Still at $50. Ozzy's getting new bids. And Neil Reigler says he'll take this. Now, I'm going to show the 45s. Hope everybody that just got on heard all the information about the Ozzy. First, $6.99. We have Pretenders back on the Chain Gang. Unplayed. Pretenders back on the Chain Gang. $6.99. Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. Cyndi Lauper, white label promo. Unplayed. Phil Collins, You Can't Hurry Love. Phil Collins. This has perhaps something on it. Uh-oh. We may have something. What is on this? I think that's just like, I think that's just dust, or there's something, it's like some kind of flake on there. I don't want to touch it anymore. I probably looked at this side. I think I did. Yeah, that one's nice. Phil Collins, questionable. Ebony and Ivory, I think it needs a cleaning. Paul McCartney, Ebony and Ivory with Stevie Wonder. Nice, unplayed. And Janet Jackson, When I Think of You. Janet Jackson, When I Think of You, $6.99. I think Phil Collins is okay. I think there was something down in the sleeve that got on it, but it just needs cleaning. So if anybody still wants it, we'll sell it to you. But it probably needs a cleaning, just FYI. You'll have to wipe it down. I have 1 drop of V8 left. I need it. Quick timeout. Okay. So, probably a fragment from a snowball or a honey bun. That's true. Okay. Now, when I left off, Ozzy got some new bids for 50 and 51. Toxic got a bid for 28. Iron Maiden got a new bid for 55. First was Travis Wade on Cyndi Lauper. Travis, you get Cyndi Lauper for $6.99. Michael Rudolph second, then Chris Keller. Jennifer Schrader put P. If that's for Phil Collins, then Jennifer, I'm giving you the Phil Collins. And then next was Paul for Henry Paredes. That was Paul McCartney. And then Kyle Gregory. Travis Wade on Janet Jackson. Then Debbie Winstead. And then Jennifer Schrader wants the Pretenders. Maybe that wasn't for Phil Collins. Maybe that was for the Pretenders, right? Or are you claiming both? Maybe P was for Pretenders. There was Pretenders, Paul McCartney, and Phil Collins. All P's there. I think this is the only one went unclaimed, the Phil Collins. Now, Travis Lee says, I'm in on Toxic. I'm out on Toxic. Ozzy has a bid for 56. High bid on Toxic is Jerry Conklin for $30. Jerry Conklin has Toxic for $30. It's sealed. Final call. Ozzy has a new bid for 56 with Gabriel Chavez. And then the Iron Maiden did get a new bid. Iron Maiden got a new bid for $55 with Chris Gardner. $55. Now $60 with Jim Davis. All right. Let's keep going through these new vintage arrivals. We have Elvis, How Great Thou Art. Elvis is $14.99. No condition notes. 60s Rebellion. That looks interesting. Definitely a compilation. 1993 German pressing, $24.99. New bids on all three auctions. George Benson, While the City Sleeps. George Benson's $14.99. Paul Oakley on S for 60s Rebellion, I'm assuming. That's sold to Paul Oakley. We have Johnny Duncan. Johnny Duncan is $14.99. Johnny Duncan. The Impossible Dream, the story of the 1967 Boston Red Sox, $19.99. Ed Bruce, I Write It Down. Ed Bruce is $14.99. And there he is, his nightly appearance. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, a memorial album, $19.99, with some interesting writing. What's all this on here? John Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. See inside for further details. I'm just joking. What if somebody hid the real truth in a random JFK memorial album? Some of the lost documents. See inside for further details. Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. What? Listen to this record for the real truth. It's actually a disguise. It's a CIA operative record with like hidden documents transcribed into vocals. All right, we have Toxic. Sean Druin bid $31. Jerry Conklin, you're out. Sean Druin bid $31. Ozzy, Gabriel Chavez bid $61. Calvin and Robert Philippi, y'all were out. Iron Maiden got a new bid from Jim Davis for $60. The other bidder of $55 is out. The other bidder was Luke Rosenberger. That's where we're at on all three auctions. Toxic has a new bid. No claims. Let's keep going. We have Adam Faith, Amy Records. $19.99 for Adam Faith, including Adam's Faith's hit, It's All Right. We have Sing Along with Jack. Hey, another JFK record. I don't think I have this one. What is going on here? Sing Along with Jack, 1963. Definitely probably put out before he was assassinated. They didn't put stuff like that out after. Interesting. Sing Along with Jack. Hit songs of the New Frontier. I don't know if I have that. That's interesting. $19.99. Skeeter Davis, Cloudy with Occasional Tears. Skeeter Davis, $9.99. Some classic country there. Boy, look at the hairdo. How does she do that? It looks like it's swirled over. She's kind of got like a Donald Trump thing going on there. That's wild. $9.99. Super Sock 75. Super Sock 75 is $14.99. Wings Over America. That is $34.99. Wings Over America. And Lester Flat's greatest performance, Lester Flat and the Nashville Grass. That's $11.99. We have Larry Smith on SK for Skeeter Davis. Boy, yeah, I don't know how I guess she's got this like, yeah, that's wild. Japanese will be tomorrow night. We got 2 full boxes of Japanese behind the counter. Japanese are now on Fridays and Saturdays usually. Somebody asked earlier, more Japanese, more Japanese. Japanese is usually Fridays and Saturdays. I've got like 100 Japanese records at auction. We get big shipments on Fridays and Saturdays. All right. Toxic was at $33. Sean Druin said out. Ozzy, 65, 61, 65. Larry Smith got Skeeter Davis. Iron Maiden, 61. John Dorsey wants Lester Flat. Legancilla Robe, second. And Kiss Night. And it's Kiss Night, too. Yep. Tomorrow night's Kiss Night, auction night, record night, music night. Rock On. Golden Rock Greats. It's a box set, a compilation. $24.99. Rock On. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. A memorial album. $14.99. A Gift from a Flower to a Garden. Donovan. A Donovan box set. $34.99. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. $19.99. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Wow, never seen that before. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. No condition notes on the vinyl. $39.99. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Let me get this off the cover here. Posters tomorrow night are all Kiss. Now, what do you mean by that? Tomorrow is a normal sale. We will be doing records and auctions, and then we'll be showing Kiss stuff, and then later that night we'll do posters. It's just like any other night, but all throughout the night we'll be interrupted by Kiss stuff. I'll be showing Kiss stuff. I'll be auctioning Kiss stuff. We'll be showing new vintage arrivals, just as always. So I try to make that clear. I don't like having so much theme nights because some people the next day, they'll be like, oh, I would have watched if I knew you were showing records. I thought you were just showing Kiss stuff. It happens all the time. We don't even call it Kiss Night in the title because some people's like, oh, he's just showing Kiss stuff. That's not true. We'll be having hundreds of records just like any other night. But there'll be some people, they'll message us and they'll be like, hey, I didn't think you were showing records. You said you were doing Kiss Night. It happens every time we do this. So that means it's a good night for y'all to tune in because a lot of people won't be watching because they're not hearing this message. They don't read all the details on the post and they won't be tuning in. John Dorsey gets Fighting Irish. Tony Wade, you're second. And we have, glad you said that. See? A lot of people get very misled by Kiss Night. We have, I think we're caught up. There was no other claims in there. I'm going to read these now. All three of these auctions have been getting bids for a long time. So here's what I'm going to do. Whoever's the high bidder right now, whoever has the high bids, they're getting them. No more final calls. Toxic is sold to high bid Jerry Conklin, $33. Ozzy has a high bid of 66 of Gabriel Chavez, sold. $66, Gabriel Chavez. Iron Maiden, high bid. Iron Maiden, high bid. Chris Gardner for $61. Chris Gardner gets this for $61. All right, I feel like those were up for a half hour. Those are all gone. Next, we have Yazoo. I'm just going to read the titles. Thought I was going to skip. See? Tell y'all, It happens all the time. That's why usually on Kiss nights there's like incredible records left behind. There's a lot of people on because there's Kiss stuff, but then there's a lot of people off thinking we're doing nothing but Kiss. I've never had a show like that. There will never, hardly ever be a show where I have nothing but the same artist. That would be, I don't know if we can get enough stuff where we could do that. That would be quite incredible. Let's get a new auction going. I've got, what else do we have in here? This looks interesting. This looks interesting. And we have which something. We have a Will the Circle Be Unbroken. Those are usually in the bins, but we'll put this one up for auction. And I don't know what this is, but it's an interesting looking picture disc. And picture discs have been popular tonight. So, all right. Rock On track list. Oh boy. Marty, I don't know if I can read all those for you, but I will try to hit some highlights, or maybe I'll give you the catalog number where we can do a quick Google search on that. But give me 1 second. We have, up at the top, we have which, let me check the label on this one. It is sealed Cloak and Dagger. Which find? I don't know what that says. It could start with a B too. It could be B-I-T-C-H. Cloak and Dagger. It is sealed, $25 start. Sealed, $25 start. Here's the picture disc I was talking about. Somebody screaming, playing a guitar. Onslaught, Let There Be Rock. Onslaught, Let There Be Rock. EX condition, $15 start. Onslaught, Let There Be Rock. $15 start on Onslaught picture disc. Will the Circle Be Unbroken? A 1972 U.S. pressing. Overall EX or EX minus, $25 start. Will the Circle Be Unbroken? Okay, the only thing I'm going to do now in here is read the titles left in this bin. I'm just going to read the titles left in this bin. If you need a price, let me know. Yazoo, Carl Yastrzemski. Eagles, Greatest Hits. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, Blue Vinyl. George Benson, Erotic Moods. Ed Bruce, The Tennessean. Elvis, How Great Thou Art. George Benson, While the City Sleeps. Johnny Duncan, The Impossible Dream, Story of the Boston Red Sox. Ed Bruce, I Write It Down. JFK, Adam Faith. JFK, Boston Red Sox again. Wings Over America. Rock On. Marty? There's the track list. It's been posted twice. Let me know if you want it. Rock On's $24.99. Another JFK, a Donovan, and a Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Chad, did that say Yaz 3000? No, this is Yazoo. Carl Yastrzemski, the Hall of Famer from the Boston Red Sox. Not Yaz 3000. Nor is it the group Yaz. It's Yaz as in the Boston Red Sox Hall of Famer, Carl Yastrzemski. It's a spoken word record about his life. It's a spoken word record about his life. All right, we have, very quickly, we have a whole nother crate of Paul stuff to go through. But very, very quickly, actually, we'll go ahead and do that right now. Let's go through this stuff right now. Let's go through this Paul crate right now. Still going through new vintage records. Still going through new vintage records right now. And I have another stack of 45s to go through. Susie said she wants the Rock On box set. Give that to Susie. Breed love. All right. I've got a few more 45s here. It is called 3000. Chad, the cover reads 3000. Chad, that say Yaz 3000. Chad, the cover reads 3000. It's 3000 hits. It's Yaz 3000 hits. It's called Yaz 3000. Yaz, oh, it does say Yaz 3000. John was just correcting me. Ah, my bad. I thought you were asking if it said Yazoo or Yaz 3000. Yes, 3000. Yes, that went right over my head. Yes. Now, John Dorsey, I would love to sell it to you for $19.99. Yaz 3000. That's absolutely correct. Sorry. That went right over my head. Plus, it's kind of hard to read. Let me move some stuff around over here. All right, let me go turn this off. Now, John, since you noticed that, that means you automatically have to buy it. I need to implement a new rule. If you correct me on a title, then you automatically have to buy it. We have, do they know it's Christmas? This is Band-Aid. Do they know it's Christmas? $6.99. Robbie Robertson. Robbie Robertson. Somewhere Down the Crazy River. Robbie Robertson from the band. $6.99. Toto. Pamela. Toto. Pamela from Toto, the seventh one. $6.99. Altered Images. Don't Talk to Me About Love. Altered Images. Don't Talk to Me About Love. $6.99. There we have it. Okay. I didn't mean to put that back in there. Yes, 3,000. Yes, Carl Yastrzemski had 3,000 hits. I got my start in this business selling baseball cards. I have all this random knowledge about baseball from the 50s up through the 80s, and then I kind of drop off. But I've bought and sold not thousands, not tens of thousands, but I have bought and sold millions of sports cards. Not an exaggeration. I've got photos of our storage buildings we used to have. I used to have a warehouse full of sports cards when I was in middle school and high school. I convinced my dad to buy. We had buildings and buildings full of sports cards. I sold sports cards on eBay for after school, during the summers. That's all I did was sell sports cards. That's the first things I started buying and selling. We bought out a collection in Smithville. This guy used to own a sports card distributing place in Florida. Man, that's all I did for years was sell sports cards, mostly baseball. Okay, first on Band-Aid was Michael Rudolph for $6.99. And then after that was Chris Keller on Band-Aid. And then Tony Samuelson. Travis Wade on Altered Images. And then we have Robbie Robertson and Toto. Robbie Robertson and Toto. That's the only thing. I'm pretty sure those went unclaimed, right? Robbie Robertson and Toto. Still have sports cards. I have an unbelievable amount of sports cards. I actually have some in this showcase right over here. Got stuff everywhere. All right, so let's update these auctions because I think there's been more questions about them. The witch find on this. The witch find. The last bid on this. Witch find. It's a final call. Andy McLean has it for $25. Witch find is at $25. It's a final call. Cloak and Dagger, $25, Andy McLean. Onslaught has one bid for $15. Will the Circle Be Unbroken has no bids for $25. No bids, $25. Carlene is wanting to challenge the Somebody Christmas. We have the Christmas is Band-Aid. Carlene, Michael Rudolph was first. That's what Band-Aid is. Band-Aid. That's Do They Know It's Christmas. Michael was first, then Chris Keller, then Jersey Devil, then Tony Samuelson, and then Carlene, you were next. You were fifth or sixth on that one. Jim Earhart, Will the Circle Be Unbroken? That is a compilation of a lot of different people. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Mother Maybelle Carter, all kinds of different people on that. It's called Will the Circle Be Unbroken? It's a 3 LP. Brent Robley wants Robbie Robertson, $6.99. That leaves Toto. Okay, new arrivals here from Paul. Hope I've answered the questions. I hope I have. I've answered. Hold on a second. I think I've answered all the questions. Genesis, Trespass. This is a 80s reissue and shrink wrap, $24.99. 80s reissue and shrink wrap, $24.99. That's Genesis, Trespass, $24.99 on that. Snatch and the Poontangs for adults only. That is sealed. Originally released in 1969. That is sealed 1999. And The Best of Simand, that is possibly being mispronounced. It's a 2006 Italian import on 2 LPs, sealed $74.99. April, March, and Los Cincos. That is a 1988 U.S. Surf Lounge album, $24.99. Brian Arrigo wants Snatch and the Pootangs. That is sold to Brian Arrigo. Danny, you were second. Now, which find got a new bid? J.J. Wilson bid $30. Andy McLean, you're out. Andy McLean, you're out. Onslaught got a new bid for $17. Andy McLean, you're out. Nobody bid on this. It's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Will the Circle Be Unbroken. Which find was a, I've already lost the sticky note. It was a sealed, here we go, it's still on it. It's a 2015 UK reissue. 2015 UK reissue. Okay, 2 other people on Snatch. That was Sam Squatch and John Dorsey. Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Gold stamp promo $19.99. Jim Davis on Genesis. Jim gets Genesis. We have Andrea Bocelli, Cinema. Andrea Bocelli. A 2015 Barnes & Noble exclusive, sealed. $34.99. J.J. Wilson, you get Which Find for $30. That's sold. Onslaught. Andy McLean, you're out on that. The high bid $17. Nobody bought it nowed on Will the Circle Be Unbroken. $25 buy it now on that. We have Mick Jagger, She's the Boss. That's OG and Shrink. $14.99. Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave. Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. $24.99 on Jethro Tull. And Sammy Hagar, 3-lock box. Gold stamp promo. Beautiful. $24.99. Hagar. Sammy Hagar. Also, Groundhogs, live at Leeds. The Groundhogs is sealed. A 1998 Karma reissue. $54.99 on the Groundhogs. Also, Mind Expanding, Volume 1. First anthem of Italian 90s garage punk. $17.99. That sounds interesting. Onslaught got a new bid for $20. Danny Thomason, you're out. Next auction is Duran Duran Arena. This is a 1984 U.S. Jacksonville press with the original inner sleeve. It is in VG Plus condition. Duran Duran Arena. This is going to go up for a $15 start. VG Plus condition. There's the LP. There's the inner sleeve. It is a gatefold. Live Duran Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf, Planet Earth, Arena. $15 start. Paul Oakley wants Mind Expanding. That's sold to Paul Oakley. Onslaught got a new bid for $21. Duran Duran has an open bid for $15. We have Axiom. This is a 1989 U.S. pressing. A generation of alternative Houston music. A generation of alternative Houston music. Axiom. An 89 U.S. pressing. No condition notes. $20 start. $20 start on Axiom. That's our next LP. There's the jacket. It's going up right now. Next is Genesis 3 Sides Live. Genesis is $24.99. 3 Sides Live. Also, we have Lost Straitjackets, the utterly fantastic and totally unbelievable sound of the Lost Straitjackets. $64.99. That's a 1995 U.S. original. $64.99. $64.99. Allman Brothers Band. Cream of the Crop 2003. This is Highlights 3LP edition. Allman Brothers Record Store Day 2022. Limited edition gold, silver, bronze colored vinyl. And this is sealed $39.99. A 2022 Record Store Day silver, bronze, and gold vinyl. That is the Allman Brothers Cream of the Crop. Arena has a new bid for $20. Onslaught $25. Arena $24. GH What Year? Circle Be Unbroken. What's the Onslaught? What's the Onslaught? First, though, we have GH What Year? GH. Groundhogs, perhaps? Groundhogs is a 1998 Karma reissue. 1998 Karma reissue. Sherry Darnell wants Will the Circle Be Unbroken for a $25 buy it now. Robert Warner wants the Allman Brothers. Onslaught. Definitely need to tell the updates on this. Onslaught. It's a picture disc. It's Onslaught, Let There Be Rock, Shell Shock Live, and Metal Forces Live. It's a 3-track picture disc. Onslaught, Let There Be Rock, Shell Shock Live, and Metal Forces Live. This is got a high bid with Danny Thomason at $21. Everybody else is out. Duran Duran has a high bid of $20 with Mark Chesler. That's a final call. And nobody bid on Axiom. It's a $20 buy it now. Axiom, a 1989 US, a generation of alternative Houston music. That's a $20 buy it now on that comp if anybody wants it. The Groundhogs Live at Leeds was $54.99. $54.99. Also, Link Protrudy and the J-Men. Link Protrudy and the J-Men. Missing Links. $24.99. A 1989 US promo. $24.99. Marty Ellis says he's in on Duran Duran at $24. Marty put Arena. That was for Duran Duran. Sorry, Arena. Duran Duran. The name of the album is Arena. $24 on that. The Lazy Cowgirls. The Lazy Cowgirls is a 1988 US garage punk album. $29.99. In shrink wrap. No condition notes. The Last Drive. Heatwave. The Last Drive is $29.99. And Rapture. Anita Baker. A music on vinyl pressing. Anita Baker is $39.99. MOV pressing. Get a Move On. Snarl and Stomp and Rave and Rant. Teenage Garage Hoot. Great garage comp, Paul says. Sealed, $22.99. Chris Knapp on LC. Lazy Cowgirls. Mark Chesler, you've been outbid on Duran Duran for quite some time. Let me know if you want back in. Jared Inc. already said out. We're about to sell it. Nobody else bid on Onslaught. Danny Thomason gets it for $21. That is sold to Danny Thomason for $21. Onslaught, picture disc. Axiom is still available for a buy it now for $20. Duran Duran is about to sell as soon as I get our next couple auctions. Chris Knapp wants the garage comp. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And we have Crash Coffin. Crash Coffin is a 1984 US, the official United States Yahoo Funky Punky Junk Band. $34.99 on that. Let's grab some new auctions. This is, let's go kind of to the middle here. I have a Metallica. Wow, a first press. OG. And then I have a Footloose. And I have a Valhalla. Interesting. Let's see what's up with that. That's where they just played the PGA Championship. Andy McLean says, I was at 25 on Onslaught. Okay, give me 1 second. So Duran Duran. Just got a new bid. Mark Chesler at $25. Jackson Blaylock wants Crash Coffin. Jeff H. takes the Axiom for a $20 buy it now. So let me bring back up the Onslaught. Andy McLean said he'd already bid $25. Danny was at 21. Andy said he already bid 25. Okay, that's on my screen. I didn't see it. So Danny, if you're still with me, you had been outbid this entire time on this right here. I just overlooked it, and I said a final call, but I didn't even see his bid. So Danny Thomason, you can bid 26 or more, or you can say out, and I'll go ahead and sell it. Mark Chesler's in on Duran Duran for $25. Marty Ellis is out. Now we're about to sell that. And then here's a new auction. We have Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica. This is a 2006 US pressing. It's a first press. This is sealed. It's a $25 start. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, $25 start. 2016 US pressing, sealed. That's actually the first press of that. That is a sealed $25 start. Continuing, the best of truck driver songs. Cool cover there. Got some Tonka toys on it. That is sealed, $14.99. Best of truck driver songs. We have Alicia Keys, songs in A minor. Alicia Keys is $44.99. A 2021 Vinyl Me Please Green Galaxy colored vinyl. Alicia Keys, $44.99. Chris Knapp wants truck driver songs. Danny's back in on Onslaught. Metallica has bids for 25, 26, and 30. I guess we're done on Duran Duran. Mark Chesler has it for 25. I'm about to sell it. We also have The Knack. Get The Knack. $19.99 on The Knack. King Crimson Beat. Nice. A 1982 Jacksonville press. King Crimson Beat. $29.99. I love that first song there, Neil and Jack and Me, Heartbeat. That's a great album. That's an OG King Crimson, $29.99. Whoa, look at the hop sticker on the Kinks. Promo sticker too. The Kinks with poster and merchandise insert. Promo stickers and hop stickers, $29.99. The Kinks, One More from the Road. It's not a promo marked label, but it has a merch insert and the gigantic poster. I think it's a 40 by 60 poster. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. Iron Butterfly is $19.99. George Scherer wants King Crimson. Paul Oakley wants the Kinks. Those are all sold. Next is The Vials. The Vials is a 2000 punk album. $19.99 on The Vials. And Yeehaw, it's Claude Morgan's Blast to the Past. A garage punk rockabilly album, $14.99. Tim Zarnota on Iron Butterfly. Danny, you're back out on Onslaught. Danny says he's out. So Onslaught is sold to Andy McLean for $28. Mark Chesler, you get Duran Duran for $25. And Metallica is a final call. We've been at the same $30 bid on Metallica for quite some time. $30. Now Rick Peabody's at $31. We're not done yet on Metallica. It is a 2016 OG, by the way. It is sealed. It's never been opened. That's sold. Next LP is Ex-Hoarder, The Law. Ex-Hoarder is a MOV pressing, silver, numbered vinyl. Ex-Hoarder, $29.99. That's an MOV numbered pressing. Metallica, 31, 32, 32. The Beatles, Revolver. That's sealed. It's a remaster. It's an indie exclusive that included a tote bag. It has a tote bag, $39.99, a Revolver tote bag. Here's our next couple auctions. Footloose is OG. OG Footloose soundtrack. 84 U.S. Pittman. Near mint. No condition notes. Very, very nice. Original insert or lyric. Original inner sleeve of lyrics. Near mint minus vinyl. $20 start on Footloose. That's the OG soundtrack. And then we have Valhalla. Let's see what's up with this. Valhalla. Is that supposed to be a name of something? Pittsburgh's Valhalla shreds on their 1984 self-titled debut, delivering heavy riffs and powerful solos, etc., etc. It's a 2016 U.S. reissue on red vinyl. VG Plus condition, $15 start. Alonzo wants EX, Ex-Hoarder. That's sold. Alonzo. Crash Coffin is sold. Yes, Crash Coffin's gone. Next is Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is $19.99. We have the Flying Burrito Brothers, 1968 to 1972. That's called Close Up the Honky Tonk, $24.99 on that. Also, Alan Parsons, The Never Ending Show, live in the Netherlands. Alan Parsons live. Clear vinyl from 2021, sealed, unopened, $39.99. Also, Too Much Rock and Roll Beat. Too Much Rock and Roll Beat. That's an 85 garage psychobilly album, $19.99. And the Jay Giles Band Showtime, $19.99 on Jay Giles Band Showtime. Let me adjust I think it's time for my nightly back adjustment for sure. Sorry. Trying to get my muscles warmed back up for the rest of this night. Now, we have several things going on here in the chat. Footloose 20, Valhalla 15, Metallica, Footloose 25, Jerry, or also Adventure. I don't think your feed is up to date. You're watching behind because Metallica's at $36. It has been for about 3 minutes now, and it's a final call. Metallica's at $36. Final call to Aiden. That's Joshua Vote. $36 on that. Footloose just hit 30, and Valhalla is at 2 LPs. It's not. It's a single LP. And Andy McLean has that for 20. Now Metallica's at 38. The only thing I'm going to do is read through these titles one last time. One last time. So, if anybody needs anything in here, just let me know. Final call on these. And then we've got more. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second and take a drink of water. All right. So, Metallica, 40. Valhalla, 25. Footloose, Final Call, Jeffrey Dunlap, $30. I'm going to read the titles. If you need a price, let me know. The Best of Samand. Also, April, March, and Los Cinco's. Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Andrea Bocelli. Mick Jagger. Jethro Tull. Sammy Hagar. Genesis. Lost Straitjackets. Groundhogs. Link Protrudy and the J-Men. The Last Drive. Anita Baker, Rapture. Alicia Keys. The Knack, Get the Knack. The Vials. Claude Morgan. Beatles Revolver Box Set. Tote Bag. Foreigner. Flying Burrito Brothers. Alan Parsons. Too Much Rock and Roll Beat. And J Golf's Showtime. Chris Knapp, the Simond price. Simond is sealed, $74.99. Melissa Bailey. Anita Baker, Rapture is a music on vinyl pressing. Anita Baker appears unopened, so just buy it as if it's near mint minus, $39.99. How much for Alicia Keys? Alicia Keys was $44.99. It's a 2021 Vinyl Me Please exclusive that's numbered on Galaxy Green vinyl. Footloose is sold in to Jeffrey Dunlap for $30. That's sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $30. How much for Foreigner? Foreigner 4 is $19.99. Jukebox Hero, Waiting for a Girl Like You, Urgent. It has the original on her sleeve, and there's no condition notes on the vinyl. It is nice. The Dead Wax says, Welcome Christopher. Sterling. Lewin said sold on Alicia Keys. That is IOW3N on YouTube. Lewin, new buyer for this week. He gets that. We have Valhalla at 32, and Metallica was at 42. So who was the backup bidder on Metallica? Also Adventures. I'm not for sure where we were at, but here's who I have. So if you want in higher, or maybe I missed your bid, Danny Thomason has this for $42. Everybody else is out. $42. And then Valhalla is at 32 with Jerry Conklin. James Bragg wants AB. That's Anita Baker. Melissa Bailey, I'm assuming you're passing. If you are, I'm going to give that to James Bragg. Metallica's now at 45, and Andy's out on Valhalla. Metallica 43, Metallica 45. Looks like we're not done on Metallica. All righty. So, first thing I need to do here is swap out some crates, potentially. Melissa passed, so that does go to James Bragg. Let me swap out crates right here. And let me go back and show you some of the most recent new stuff that came in for tonight very quickly. And great titles is probably an understatement. That's still available in here. Stuff we don't get as often, stuff that is usually out of stock, or I don't have in stock as often. So here's the first thing. We have Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. New and sealed Iron Maiden, $34.99. No Prayer for the Dying. Paul McCartney, a tough-to-get OG. Not bad, 2 LP, remastered, Flaming Pie, Paul McCartney, $46.99. Pearl Jam, Riot Act, remastered, 2 LP, $39.99. James Taylor's Greatest Hits, $33.99. Gatefold, remastered, with the Beatles, $36.99. New and sealed, with the Beatles, $36.99. And Kiss, Psycho Circus. Kiss, new and sealed, 2014 remaster, $33.99. Valhalla is officially sold in to Jerry Conklin for $32. I do have a George Jones. I'll bring it over right now. We need some new auctions. That crate is officially full. Valhalla was the last item. Let me get a new empty crate going. And we have Metallica at $46. Everybody is back out again. Also, Adventure has it for $46. Here's what I have left in the auction bin. If you want to see something, let me know. I know it's getting later. We have Swales, Refraction Incarnation. I'm reading off every auction record that's left. Some of them I may make buy it now. Ophix, Steel Horn, Gas Mask, Metalhead. I've got 2 auctions by Satan's Host, Predating God Part 1, and I think we have Predating God Part 2. Bo Diddley and Chuck Berry, two great guitars. That's an album. Beatles, songs, pictures, and stories of the fabulous Beatles. America's Living in a War Zone, Gamala, something like that. Dead End, Ghost of Romance. Dash Rip Rock, Ace of Clubs. The Beast, Carnival of Souls. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. Dolly Parton, Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. Bad But Beautiful, Eartha Kitt. Anthrax, Anthems. I have Power Mad. I have Mekong Delta, The Gom. White Wizard, Over the Top. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Kurt Hammett, Portals. Smashing Pumpkins, Adore. Winger, self-titled. George Jones, Love Bug. I'm going to grab these last three. The last three, I'm going to make our next three auctions. And then I'll see what everybody said in the comments there. All right, so Kiss is $33.99, Travis Lee. $33.99. We have Halloween, The Dark Ride. Limited edition, blue and white marbled vinyl. Halloween, $44.99. Abbey Road, remastered, $36.99. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? $33.99. Guns N' Roses, live in Brazil. This is a 2LP orange vinyl, unofficial. Brazil, 1991, $54.99. Metallica, Tim's Arnota bid $47. Also Adventure, you've been outbid. Still bidding on Metallica, $47. Final call. Here's our next two auctions. George Jones, Love Bug, a 1966 nice mono EX condition on the original Music Core label. Nice jacket, $20 start. Early George there, $66. That's now up for bid. Jason Anderson wants GR, Guns N' Roses. And then our third auction is Gone with the Wind soundtrack. A 1986 US Club pressing, Gone with the Wind, a $20 start as well. Also Adventure, let me know if you want back in on Metallica. Next is the Beatles, Past Masters. You got to have one of those. Beatles is $48.99. We have The Best of Sam Cooke, $28.99. Can you show the vinyl Metallica? I can't, because it is sealed. This has never been opened. It is a sealed copy of Metallica. Hardwired to self-destruct. OG. Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. The Rolling Stones is $46.99. Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus, one of the greatest live albums of all time, brand new cut from the original master tapes, $39.99. Peter Gabriel, the second solo album, Scratch, half-speed master 2LP, 45 RPM, $44.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Pearl Jam, Binaural, $39.99. King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black, $34.99. King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black, $34.99. Queens of the Stone Age, $46.99. Songs for the Deaf, 2LP, new and sealed. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Woodstock, 1994, $38.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Pure Acoustic, Unplugged, $38.99. Nirvana, Incesticide, $54.99. 2LP, 45 RPM. Van Morrison, Astral Weeks, green vinyl, $33.99. Stevie Nicks, $39.99. Red vinyl, Street Angel. New bid on George Jones for $22. We have a new bid. We was at 47 on Metallica. Now we're at 48. Tim's Arnota, you've been outbid. Nobody bid on Gone with the Wind. If anybody wants it, it's a $20 buy it now on Gone with the Wind. Next, Dio, Magica, $39.99. ZZ Top's first album, $33.99. And then another colored vinyl, Van Morrison. This is his band in the Street Choir. That's $33.99. And ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud, $33.99. New bid on Metallica for $50. Also Adventure, you've been outbid. Tracy, you've been outbid on George Jones. Metallica, not Metallica. Gone with the Wind is sold for $20 to Michelle Miller. That's sold to Michelle for $20. I'll get a third auction going. It's one of these random things that I grabbed. It was called Crisis, Hard as Rock. Crisis, Hard as Rock. It is on Metalworks Records. It's a 1983 U.S. reissue, EX condition, $20 start. George Jones, 20, 22, 25, 30, 40. Shane Devers has it for 40. Anybody else on anything in that bin? If not, I'm going to set aside. I'm going to go through the other one very quickly. And we're waiting for Also Adventure. If you can hear me, if this transmission's hitting your volume, hitting your speakers, or however you're listening to me, please let me know if you want backing on Metallica before I sell it to Tim's Arnota for $50. I'm going to set that right there. That was the official second time going through that bin. And let's make this the second official time I go through this bin. One more call. George Jones, 40, now 46. Crisis, Hard as a Rock was a $20 start. Cranberries is on black colored vinyl. Black colored vinyl. Everybody else is doing it. Why can't we? It is a remaster. Linger. All right. I've lost Also Adventure. Tim's Arnota, you get Metallica for $50. Crisis has a bid for $20. Final call. George Jones is at $50. Also Adventure says out on Metallica. Also, you might want to reset your feed. I think you're about 3 minutes behind everybody else. You might want to close out your apps or refresh your browser, however you're watching. Pulp Fiction is $36.99. Pulp Fiction, music from the motion picture, $36.99. I've got one Van Halen 2, $33.99. I've got one POD Satellite, $34.99. Nirvana, Nevermind, $36.99. Star Wars, A New Hope, 40th anniversary box set. That's the OG Star Wars soundtrack in a fantastic box, $154.99. Now, I mentioned a couple records that were left over here. Let me go ahead and grab them, and we'll make those auctions right now. I think I mentioned something called Power Mad. I'll do that right now. This is a 1986 U.S. pressing with insert. This is a 1986 U.S. pressing. This is called Power Mad. It's a $25 start. Power Mad, $25 start. I think this is the insert. I don't know if it came with really a jacket. I think it just came in this combat sleeve like this. I think it was just in that combat boot camp type deal. It comes with an insert. Pretty cool. Power Mad. So that is the jacket for it. $25 start. It's like a single, but it's a 5-track release. $25 start. George Jones is at $70. Star Wars box sets. Yes, let me do that next. Crisis is sold to Andy McLean for $20. Power Mad is a $25 start. So there's George Jones. There's Power Mad. Next is Duran Duran, Do the Madison. Duran Duran is $44.99. Heat soundtrack, $44.99. Van Halen, Women and Children First, and their debut, both $33.99. Nirvana, In Utero, $36.99. Nirvana, All Apologies, $36.99. We have Robert Plant, Carry Fire, $44.99. Also, Van Halen, Fair Warning, $33.99. Dio, Holy Diver, $46.99. Nirvana, This Means Nothing, The Vienna Broadcast, 1989, $44.99. Velvet Underground, Loaded, Clear Vinyl, $33.99. David Bowie, Dutch Courage, 2LP Live, $44.99. 1984, Forrest Gump soundtrack, and The Cars' Greatest Hits, $33.99. We got a war going on for Mr. George Jones. Final call on Power Mad for $25. We're about to sell it. And let me swap this crate out. If anybody wants anything in there or to see that again, just let me know. Tracy and Shane battling out over a George Jones that I don't see too often, especially in that condition. Yep, I do have a couple putbacks here. Let me see what's this. Oh, yeah, I remember that. This is part of that big non-payment order we didn't get to. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I think I might have a wait list for a couple of these, but I don't want to tag anybody on an old waiting list for a box set unless I confirm it with them. So, yeah, I know that guy didn't pay for that. I knew he wouldn't pay for that when I sold it to him. Sometimes I sell stuff to people during the sale, and as soon as I'm setting it in the crate, I'm like, yep, we're never getting payment for that. especially if they like repeatedly ask for it. Usually if somebody asks for something like multiple times, they don't want it. It's a weird phenomenon. The weirdest phenomenon is people asking for stuff and then they really don't want it. It's very odd. So, happens every night though. George Jones is sold to Shane Devers for $100. And Jared Price says, what's the Combat Boot Camp? The album cover. That is the album cover. Jared, this is the album cover. This is a final call to Andy McLean for $25 unless Jared bids. That is the cover, Combat Boot Camp. It's Power Mad, self-titled, and it has an insert with it. It's unbelievably has one bid for $25, and it's a final call. We'll start from the front of this actually. We have a David Bowie book, album by album. David Bowie is $14.99. David Bowie, that's really cool. David Bowie, album by album, $14.99. That seems pretty interesting. We have a new bid on Power Mad for $26 with John M. $26. John M. is the new bidder. Andy, it was almost yours. I was just about to sell it. If it hadn't had a couple questions, it would already have your name on it. We do have a new bid. The first thing I'm going to do, though, is put up a new auction, which is going to be this Kurt Hammett. And then I'm going to do this other auction somebody asked about. And then here in a minute, I'm going to make the rest of these buy it nows, probably for the opening bids. Or maybe a little bit more. Okay? So, let's go up to the top. Power Mad's at 30. It's got 5 tracks. I hate to call something a single because people think maybe one song, double-sided even sometimes. So I usually call stuff like that an EP. I mean, it's got 5 tracks on it. So, Yes has an album with 3 songs, but they're 20 minutes long. So I guess the definition of tracks. Kelly, did I get you your Duran Duran? Kelly Gabney, let me get your Duran Duran. Kelly Gabney, you wanted a Duran Duran do the Madison. I was distracted by all the other questions and claims. But Kelly, I've got your Duran Duran do the Madison. Thank you. That is sold to Kelly Gabney. George Jones is sold. And we have Power Mad at $30. We have Dolly, Rockstar. This is a 4LP purple vinyl box set, $64.99. Dolly, Rockstar, 4LP purple vinyl box set, $64.99. Final call on Power Mad. If you're in, bid. If you're out, say out. We have Van Halen, the studio album collection. This is, I have to get a price on it right quick. This is part 2. This is the Van Halen box set part 2. Sorry, we ever did price these because we didn't have to because they were mostly pre-sold. Let me look this up. Van Halen. There it is. These are $144.99. $144.99. Van Halen. Now, 5150, OU 812, Balance, Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, and then the Studio Rarities. $144.99. Those have been out of stock for a while. I don't know if they're going to repress them anytime soon, but they're $144. This one's $144.99. Let me get a sticker on that so I don't forget. And I'm about to put out, I've got box sets to distribute here in the store and put out, but I'm pretty positive I have a waiting list for this. I'll have to go back and see. And then with this is the volume 1. Yeah, we had a guy, he actually wanted me to special order this for him, and he just all of a sudden stopped paying us. So he's been blocked and removed, and now we're reselling his stuff. Self-titled, 2, 3, 4, 5, the first 5 Van Halen, first 6 Van Halen albums, $234.99. $234.99. So that's the David Lee Roth era. Let's go ahead and sell Power Mad to Andy McLean. Andy, you got it. $30. It took a long road, but you got it for $30. So there's Van Halen 2. Yeah, I've repoed his records. And we have the Beatles. This is the It's still sealed in the shipper. This is the 62 to 66 and 67 to 70. This is the blue vinyl, blue and red box set, essentially. This is the Beatles blue and red box set. I haven't had this in a while. It's on black vinyl. It's also $154.99. $154.99. So here's what that looks like. It's the 6 LPs, the blue and the red album. That's what's in here. It's still in the shipper. I don't want to open that unless I have to. $154.99. Josh wants the Van Halen 2 box. That's the Hagar collection, right, Josh? Nice pickup there. That's $144.99. Let me get a few more auctions going while I'm showing these last 2 box sets. I have Kurt Hammett Portals. Kurt Hammett is a Record Store Day blue vinyl, sealed, $15 start. A 2022 U.S. pressing, Record Store Day exclusive, limited to do 650 copies on ocean blue vinyl, sealed, $15 start. Kurt Hammett. So Kurt Hammett from Metallica. And then we have next, Dead End, Ghost of Romance. This is a 1987 U.S. pressing, sealed, just a small saw cut, also a $15 start. Dead End, Ghost of Romance, sealed, $15 start. Next box set is Wasp, the Savage 7, $289.99. Wasp, the Savage 7, $289.99. That's the one I was talking about. I was literally begged to show it to this guy. He bought it, and he never did pay us. It's the only thing he ever claimed, only thing he ever bought from us. I had a feeling he was just screwing with us that night. He was screwing with us. $289.99. So now it's back out for sale. $289.99 on that. And this should be the Rat box set. And yeah, this is the Rat. This one I can go ahead and tear open. Rat box set. Yeah, let me get you a price. I got 2 more of these behind the counter. One of them has a sticker. That's the Atlantic years. That's Rat, In the Cellar, Invasion of Your Privacy, Dancing Undercover, Reach for the Sky, and Detonator. And that has lots of cool bonus materials as well. That is $229.99. $229.99 on Rat. And I may actually entertain an offer because I got 3 of them and one of them came from a collection. So Rat, I may do a deal, especially if we can get the other 2 sold as well. So there's those. There's Rat. I'm going to put that away. And that's the box sets. That's quite a bit of money. That's well over $1,000 there that went unpaid. Back out on the shelf. And if anybody wants any of those, just let me know. So I think the first thing we may do is, since we did go through a lot of vintage stuff tonight, it's that time of night to maybe do some Buy It Now Best Offer. We'll probably go through 1 crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. We'll see what we're looking like on time. May start posters after that. We'll see what's going on. But the last thing I want to do, or before I do this, is I want to go through the leftover auctions. And I think we're going to do a final call on these. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and sell Kurt Hammett to Kyle Gregory. He was the only bidder for $20. And then Dead End has a bid for $15, and Rick Peabody bid $15. So Annie McLean has that for $15. Rick Peabody, you're out. I'm going to go through unless there's something kind of pricey over here that I'm going to flip them over. I think I'm going to go through the rest of these and just do, because we've been working on this bin this is the 3rd night we've been working on some of these. We'll start fresh tomorrow of new stuff. I think it's just a lot of metal, and I'll just make them Buy It Nows. So it's that time of the night to do that kind of stuff. This first thing I'll do for a $20 Buy It Now. And just same thing as always, first come, first serve. $20 on this. It is called Swales Refraction Incarnation. $20 Buy It Now, a 2013 U.S. pressing. I'm going to go get my pricing gun, and I'm just going to mark them like $19.99. That way, if they don't sell, we'll just keep them in a bin for another night. So that was $19.99. Get some of these marked. Get a sticker gun over here next to me. So we're going to go through the rest of the stuff that didn't sell. I'll put that one in there first. That's a $20 buy it now, and that was called Swales Infraction Incarnation, a 2003 U.S. pressing. 2003 U.S. pressing. Okay, now Andy's out. Let's go ahead and sell Dead. Actually, no, Rick was bidding too. Jerry Conklin has that for $18. $18. And Satan's Host, Metal from Hell. Yes, I think that was the next one here I kind of had tagged for auction, which I think is part 1 and 2. Is that what's going on here, part 1 and 2? Maybe we should sell those together then. So we had them tagged individually, $20, $20 start. Let's sell them both together. Satan's Host, Predating God, part 1 and 2. $35 start for both of them. $35 start for both of those. Jerry, you get the Dead End, Ghost of Romance for $18. That's a $35 start for both of those. And this is a, what is this? Let me get your price. This is $24.99. $24.99. This is Orphix Steel Horn Gas Mask Metalhead. Orphix Steel Horn Gas Mask Metalhead. $24.99. This is a 2018 U.S. pressing translucent purple vinyl, limited to 100 copies. Limited to 100 copies. $24.99 on that. $24.99. That's Orphix Steel Horn Gas Mask Metalhead. $24.99. And that was purple vinyl, limited to 100. Sold to Jerry Conklin. So we have the Satan's Host at $35 of Andy McLean. Final call on that. Let me grab what's next over here. Here's an actual auction for sure. Bo Diddley and Chuck Berry, two great guitars. Bo Diddley and Chuck Berry. It's a 1965 U.S. mono. VG condition, $25 start. 65 U.S., technically a reissue. It is on the black checker label. The vinyl's not bad at VG. About a VG cover, $25 start on Bo Diddley, Chuck Berry. Final call on Satan's Host for $35. Let me grab, let's see what else was left in here. Give me 1 second. Let me grab these next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably leave Dolly in there. Probably leave Ozzy. And let me do these next ones here. This is Gamala Shabazz. And this is a $25 buy it now. Gamala Shabazz. $25 buy it now. A 1992 U.S. pressing, sealed. It does have a saw cut at the bottom. Gamala Shabazz. America's Living in a War Zone. A 1992 U.S. pressing, sealed. A 1995 U.S. pressing, sealed. $25. America's Living in a War Zone. Gamala Shabazz. America's Living in a War Zone. Gamala Shabazz. That is $24.99. Gonna put that one in there. We have, let's sell these to Andy McLean. Sell both of these to Andy McLean. Satan's Host. Those are both sold for $35. Thomas Hujar, $25 on Bo Diddley. Felix is second. So Felix, you came in second. Michael Manning says Black Label Chess is before 65. That's OG. I'm just reading what I have here on the tag. It says 65 U.S. reissue mono. 65 U.S. reissue mono. Not for sure. It may be a hybrid or something. I don't know. But that's just what I have here on our tag. 65 U.S. reissue mono. Michael Manning says it's OG. Still got the David Bowie book over here. Next is, this is Dash Rip Rock. Ace of Clubs, sealed, $25. Dash Rip Rock, sealed, $25. Ace of Clubs, sealed. Dash Rip Rock, Ace of Clubs, $25. That's what it looks like. Dash Rip Rock. And we have the Beast, Carnival of Souls, also $25. A 1989 Canadian pressing, sealed. The Beast, Carnival of Souls. Metal at its fastest and most furious is what the hype sticker says. That's also $25. Bo Diddley's at $30. Felix Solis, it has the high bid. Thomas Hujar, you're out. What's the Dolly? How about I just put it up for auction? This is Dolly Parton. The name of the album is Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis press. This is a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis pressing with the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's in EX condition. It's going to be a $25 start. Nice vinyl at EX. Has the original inner sleeve. $25 start. No saw marks. I see a ton of saw marks in that jacket. None on that one. None. I typically see a lot of saw marks. Felix is also at $25 on Dolly. Let me grab a few more records out of here. Those are going to be auctions. We'll probably make that a buy it now, that a buy it now, and I'll make this a buy it now. All right, we have Bad But Beautiful Eartha Kit. $25. A 1972 UK reissue. $25 on Eartha Kit. Bad But Beautiful. And that's a 1972 UK reissue with an alternate cover. EX condition, $25. Bad But Beautiful Eartha Kit. Put a sticker on that one. Buy it now. Bad But Beautiful Eartha Kit. Next is let's see. Let's go ahead and put this one up for auction. We only got 2 up. I'll do this one right now. This is Anthrax Anthems. Anthrax is clear black and red splatter, $20 start. 2013 US. Anthrax Anthems. Clear black and red splatter, $20 start on that. Bo Diddley's at $33. Felix, you're out. Dolly's at $30. Anthrax is a $20 start. Anthrax is a $20 start. Just FYI, everybody. And I'll make these 2 here buy it nows. I'm familiar with these. Yeah. Because I have these in stock, I think. Michael Manning says Dash Rip Rock is a great Louisiana cowpunk band from the 80s. There we go. Thank you for the insider information on some of these. So, sealed winger. These are normally 40 or 45. I'll do this for a $35 buy now. It's a Friday music pressing on colored vinyl. $35. $35 on winger. And these are typically $46 or $49.99. $35 buy now on Smashing Pumpkins. $35 buy now. I think we got those right over there for $46 or $49.99. So there's Smashing Pumpkins and there's Winger. They're both sealed. They're both new remasters. $35 on those. $35 on those. I got to clean up some sticky notes. They keep falling off the table. I'm losing track of what I have and have not shown. So let me do some cleanup over here. Yep, they're all falling on the floor. I've almost sold a crate and a half of auctions tonight, so every one of them had a sticky note on them. So there's probably about 50, 60, 70 sticky notes just everywhere. I muted the mic right quick to drink a bottle of water as well. Let me get some of this cleaned up. Looks like a pigsty over here. Stuff everywhere. There's even more over here already stacked up. Gosh. Let's see if I got any more 45s. I hadn't went through any more. That was all that I had ready. Let's see what we got going on here. So, Kyle Gregory gets Winger for $35. Then Jeff Church. Then Tim Zarnota. Antonio Villanueva gets Smashing Pumpkins for $35. So those are both sold and sold. And Anthrax is getting new bids. Where did we get to on that? Felix is out on Bo. Thomas Hujar gets Bo Diddley for $33. Dolly got up to $30. And that was with Jeff Church. I'm about to sell it. Nobody else said out, but I've got to sell it. And now Anthrax is at $25 with Greg Preston. And I think that just leaves what auctions over here. Probably some stuff I will try to actually auction. I definitely thinned it out. I've got 4 auctions left. That'll probably keep us busy for the rest of the night. Actually, 5. We'll put this one up right now. This is, I had to thin it out that way we could get through them all tonight. 1987 German pressing. VG condition 15. This is, I'll just leave this on here. Mekong Delta, the Gome. Mekong Delta, the Gome. It's a picture disc. $15 start. $15 start. Maybe split. Muscori Sky and Magong Delta. I'm not for sure. That's a $15 start. Dolly 31 and Anthrax 35. So the auctions that I did buy it now were still left right in here. Those several right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are all the ones I still got left. Now, we're going to go through these new vintage stuff for tonight. Buy it now, best offer. It's probably our last crate of vinyl. It's already 11:30. Time has flew by once again tonight. If you're not going to stay too late with us, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. And then that's Friday, and then we do it again on Saturday. So I know it's still a work day tomorrow for some people. So tomorrow we'll be back live at 7. Let's go through a bin of discount stuff here. This is actually new arrivals from tonight. Dolly did get a new bid, and then we have another new bid. Anthrax is still getting bids, and we got one bid on this obscure picture disc with Travis Lee. Travis has that for $15. Now Andy's at $20. Those are all buy it nows. I'll keep going. We have Linda Ronstadt living in the USA, $9.99. And I'll take the Swell and $10 for the Bowie book. Swell, was that something in here that was a buy it now? Swell, was that this here? Swell. Sell that to Paul Oakley and then sell him the David Bowie book for $10. David Bowie book sold for $10. All right, I'm going to put that up here with the 45s as well. All right, so there's that and that. $9.99. So these are all bought. $14.99 on Linda Ronstadt. Buy it now, best offer. Linda Ronstadt. Tom Petty, Southern Accents, $34.99. Tom Petty, Southern Accents is $34.99. I have Virtual 11. I don't have X Factor. Virtual 11 is $49.99. Alan Parsons, Turn of a Friendly Card, $19.99. We have UK Danger Money, $19.99 on UK Danger Money. And Willie Nelson Stardust, $19.99. What a nice copy. Willie Nelson Stardust, $19.99. The Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell, $19.99. Bubba, I will sell you Tom Petty for $30. Bubba, I will sell you Tom Petty for $30. Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. He has it out. Jeff Church gets that for $35. Jeff Church, you get that for $35. That is sold to Jeff Church. Anthrax, one last call. Anthrax Anthems, a 2013 U.S. pressing, clear black red splatter vinyl, clear black red splatter vinyl. The last bid on Anthrax was Antonio V for $40. This record here only got one bid, and that was the Mekong Delta, and that is sold to Andy Lane. Travis Lee. Travis Lee got that for $15. Travis Lee, $15. Bubba said Tom Petty sold for $30. Danny offered $13 for Willie, sold to Danny for $13. We're about to sell Anthrax, Reminiscing with Montana Slim, EX Condition, $9.99. More of the Monkees in mono, VG Condition, $9.99. More of the Monkees, their second album. Yes, Big Generator in shrink wrap, VG Plus Condition, $16.99. And Hop Sticker, Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, VG Condition, $19.99. Ringo, Stop and Smell the Roses, VG Condition, $9.99. Let's get 2 new auctions going, possibly 3, because we're about to sell this last record right here, which was the Anthrax. First, we have Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. Every once in a while, we get this in stock. It's a 2 LP Ozzy Greatest Hits, Memoirs of a Madman. $30 start on that. $30 start on Ozzy. We also have White Wizard, Over the Top. White Wizard is a 2009 U.S. pressing, EX edition. It's a picture disc. White Wizard, $20 start on that. $20 start on White Wizard. That's now going up for bid. $20 start. Ozzy has a bid for $35. I had the Mekong at $20. Andy McLean, MD, $20. I did not even see that. Okay, so Travis Lee, you were outbid on the Mekong Delta. This has a bid for $20. Let me know if you want back in for more than $20. Or you can say out. He actually outbid you and I didn't even see it. Anthrax is officially sold. We can call this sold, though, to Antonio Villanueva for $40. Ozzy has bids for $35. White Witch, $20. We'll give that one last call. It has a high bid of $20 of Andy McLean. I didn't see that. It got mixed in there with the others. Steely Dan, Aja. That is a club pressing, VG Condition, $14.99. On Steely Dan, we have Radio Spangle, Syrup Macrom, M. McCrame. Something like that. Interesting. VG Plus $14.99. So we have White Wizard, Ozzy, and McCong all up for bid. We have a new bidder, 22, and then Travis also bid 22. Looks like we're not done on that. We have James Montgomery Band, High Roller, a 1974 promo, VG condition, $9.99. We have Marvin Gaye, Here My Dear, Gold Stamp promo, VG Plus, $29.99 for Marvin Gaye. The Base Holes, When My Blue Moon Turns Red Again, VG Plus $24.99, a 1998 U.S. Country Blues Punk Garage album, $24.99. Travis Lee's back in on Mekong Delta. That means, Danny, you're out. Andy McLean's done. High bid on Ozzy's 36. Felix, you're out. White Wizard still has that one bid with Sean Druin for $20, and we're about to sell it to him. We have Merle Haggard and Bonnie Owens. That makes two of us. VG Plus condition, $14.99. McCartney is EX condition, $22.99 on McCartney. Paul McCartney. Genesis, A Trick of the Tail. Genesis is VG condition, $11.99. Alan Parsons Project, I, Robot, EX condition, $17.99. And the Beach Boys, Wild Honey, VG condition, $19.99 on Wild Honey. Also, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Long After Dark, EX condition, $31.99. There was a bid on White Witch. I was reaching for it. Sean Drew, and I was making sure I didn't make the same mistake again. I almost did. Susie bid $23 on White Witch as I was reaching for it. Mekong Delta has bids for $25. Danny bid $25. George Scherer put MC for McCartney. That's so to George Scherer. Genesis has a $9 offer with Jerry Conklin. Let's sell that for $9. Best price on Tom Petty. Leslie, I'll do that for $28. White Witch is at $25. Susie, you're out. Now, nobody else bid on the Aussie, though. It's sold to Also Adventure for $36. I lost Felix in there somewhere, but that's sold to Also Adventure for $36. Susie's out on White Witch. And Mekong Delta, Danny's at $25. Travis is out. That's sold to Danny for $25. That's sold to Danny Thomas. The next auction is Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Alcatraz is a 1985 U.S. Jacksonville pressing with the insert. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. $15 start on Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Also a VG cover. It has wear and it also has a crease. It does have the lyric insert, and that is a $15 start. The Beach Boys best price. Also, White Witch got a new bid for $26. Sean Drew, and you're out. Leslie said sold on that. This is Leslie takes the Tom Petty for $28. Also, Adventure, you were second. We have a $20 offer on Base Hole. That's sold. Neil Reigler, the Beach Boys. Now, it did have some cover damage. It's got kind of a wavy cover. I'll do $15 on it. It is a 67 Scranton VG vinyl. $15 on that. And that will go to Neil Reigler if he wants it. Leslie got that. We have Alcatraz 16. Luke, I'll do $8 on the Monkeys. John Reed got the Base Hole. We have Deep Purple Stormbringer. That's in VG Plus condition, $26.99. White Witch is at $27 with Sean Druin. Nas 3 with Hop Sticker featuring Todd Rundgren. EX condition, $27.99. It is an original 71 Presswell press. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. VG Plus $17.99. Neil Reigler says he'll take the Beach Boys for $15. We have Nas at $20 with Jim Davis. Sell that to Jim Davis for $20. Jerry Conklin's at $18 on Alcatraz. The Sidekicks featuring Fifi the Flea. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Still I Span, Now We Are Sick. Still I Span, EX condition, $12.99. Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom. Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom. There is definitely some writing on the cover. It has some cover damage. VG Plus $9.99. We've already sold Nas for $20. We have a new bid on Alcatraz for $19. Sean Druin, let me know if you want back in on White Witch. Susie has it. Sean already bid $27, though. That's what messed me up. Sean bid $27 on White Witch. So, Susie, you're out. He already had a $27 bid in. And then we have Luke. Let me know if you want the Monkeys for $8. Rocky, the original motion picture score for Rocky. VG condition, $9.99. And The Adventures of Keith. There was actually no condition notes on that. $12.99. The Adventures of Keith. Neil Young Zuma. There's some water damage on the back of the jacket. Nice vinyl, though, at EX. $39.99. $39.99. It's in VG condition. It's an original mono. It's got about a VG plus jacket. It is an original mono. VG $9.99 on that. A nice VG. I looked at it earlier. A nice VG. Mary Mary. I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. That's a classic. Season's out on White Witch. Sean Druin has that for $27. Sean Druin, that's So Do You. Alcatraz is at 19. Curtis Marachi was the first person to bid 19. Jerry, you bid 18. Curtis bid 19. And then you bid 19. Was there the damage on Alcatraz? I graded the cover probably VG, maybe even less, because of this crease right here on the corner. And then some top edge wear. And it has the insert. So probably a VG jacket on that. We have Nashville, 1780 to 1980. Some kind of bicentennial record for Nashville, $12.99. Steppenwolf for ladies only. VG plus $14.99 for Steppenwolf. Black Oak, Arkansas. VG condition, $9.99. Elvis, Blue Hawaii. That is an original 1961 mono Rockaway press. The King, Can't Help Falling in Love. VG $24.99. Luke says he will take the Monkeys for $8. That's sold to Luke Rosenberger. Alcatraz is sold to Curtis Marachi for $19. Curtis, that's sold to you. Alcatraz, $19. Sold to Curtis. Next is Groovin' the Young Rascals. VG condition, white label promo, $14.99. Swingin' South, Les Paul and Mary Ford. VG $9.99. Les Paul, Mary Ford. I Am the Greatest, Cassius Clay. Muhammad Ali, VG condition, $26.99. Hawaii 5-0, The Ventures, VG plus $9.99. Dare, Out of the Silence. Dare is VG plus $19.99. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Bouquet of Roses, VG plus $14.99. And Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG plus $22.99. Price on BOA, Black Oak, Arkansas, was VG $9.99. Ali, the price on Muhammad Ali, Danny, I will do that for $25. Leslie says Hawaii 5-0. That is sold to Leslie. The Ventures, Hawaii 5-0. Thank you, Leslie. All righty. Anybody else? That might have been our last crate of vinyl. My eyes are getting lazy. Is Chad getting sleepy? I hope not. We've got to go crack open another V8 for the poster segment. Oh, let me do some stretching. Everybody good and awake for posters? Everybody good and awake for posters? I'm going to have to do some jumping jacks or something. Preston Rose still off span. I've had this unbelievable crash happen all of a sudden. Still off span. I can't even talk right now. I can't process words. Let's see. Kiss poster tomorrow. Will they be auctioned during the vinyl or later? Now, I don't know. I didn't know we had Kiss posters. Did I say we had Kiss posters? I don't remember saying that, unless they were they in pictures or something? Sell that to Preston Rose for 10. Sell Danny the Cassius Clay for 20. Thank you, Danny. And Alan Parsons, that was sealed, $39.99. Yeah, I had the blacklight posters. We did those, and I think we're going to have a couple left. The blacklight posters. Is that maybe what y'all were referencing? I mean, we did Kiss posters one night here during the sale. That might be what some of y'all are referring to. I don't really recall saying that. Okay, so here's what's next on the agenda. I am about to transition into what we call movie posters. I've got to actually find what we're going through. I've almost knocked out most of the stuff in the loft. I wanted to go through some flat stuff because just kind of change it up. We've done road 2 or 3 nights. If I can get some of that stuff where I can access it, we will. If not, we may just continue with the road and knock out that last batch. These are interesting. They're rolled, and then they have labels on the side of them with I think the name of the movie. So I kind of glanced at them the other night. And let's see what's going on back over here. Sorry, I was over here looking for something on the side of the room. Okay. Now, first thing we had was take 35 for it, 7 on BOA. Sell that to Chris Knapp for $7. And Deep Purple Stormbringer 16 for Lazarus. Lazarus, I'll sell that to you for 16. That's sold to Lazarus for 16. And take 35 for Alan Parsons. Brian, let me find that. Alan Parsons. It's got to be in one of these bins right here. It was definitely in the last Paul crate, right? Boy, there's some great titles left over tonight. It must be in this bin right here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, there it is. Alan Parsons live. I am the eye in the sky looking at you. That's sold to Brian Rigo for $35. All right, and I think we can get most of the stuff condensed that was left from tonight into 2 crates, which is amazing. Back down to 2 crates tonight. Should have been 1. Should have been 1. As much great stuff as we had. Sell Leslie the Blue Hawaii for $19.99. That's sold to Leslie Holt. Anybody else want to make an offer? I think I did a deal with everybody on everything in there. I'm going to go ahead and start making my way to the back to try to find those posters. So you won't hear me talk for a couple minutes. My mic goes out of range that I've got clipped here on my collar. So let me go do that. I'll try to find us some stuff. We'll go through some posters. I'll be right back. Man, that's heavy. Whew. Okay. Both Bensons, $20. 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 I have no reference of what you're talking about. However, if you want to clarify, we can talk. We will talk. All right. Put this over here. I'll make sure, I'll let Derek clarify on that. All right. Put this back up here. Plus, I got a pull record out of here for Aiden. Joshua Vogt. All right. Aiden Joshua Vogt asked earlier for Iron Maiden Virtual 11. That's sold to Joshua Vogt, Aiden, J5 John. He gets that for $49.99. Erotic Moods and While the City Sleeps. George Benson. All right, let me see if I can find those. If not, they could get lost forever. George Benson. Let's see here. All right, they're not in that bin. If they're not in this bin, then either one has already sold or they're both in the second bin. All right, they're not in that bin, so both of them have to be in this bin or they're gone. There's one George Benson. There's the other George Benson. Okay, the problem is one of them's marked 15, the other one's marked 25. You said both of them for 20. I think we're a little bit too far apart. I'll do that one for 20, and I'll do that one for 10. That's 30 for both of them. That's $10 off. That's the best price. And then there is only 245s left over from tonight. Phil Collins, this is the only 245s left over. Phil Collins and Toto. And one of the first things I showed was the Rush box sets. I'm going to go put those back up. Nobody else bought those last two Rush. They were $79.99 original, and I said I would do 73 and 73. So I'm putting those back on the racks for another night. 73 and 73. And let me show you all the posters we're going to be pulling out of. Now, I can tell you, it doesn't look like much, but there are so many rolled up inside of each other. This was heavy. I mean, probably the heaviest box of rolled posters I've ever brought up. I think that's like two different, 2 or 3 shows worth there, honestly. I mean, that's a lot more than you realize, especially that right there. There looks like there's 30 posters rolled up in that center tube. So we'll start going through these. And we can't get started unless we go. He says, I'll take the city for 20. That one's only $14.99. While the City Sleeps was $14.99. Erotic Moods was $24.99. That's what the original sticker was. Just let me know where you want to be at on those. Okay, let's grab the first poster. Let's see what we got. Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson in Poetic Justice. Janet Jackson, Poetic Justice. Yeah, y'all are making me hungry. I'm a little tired, and I'm a lot hungry, so y'all talking about food is not going to help me too much right now. Janet Jackson, Poetic Justice. There's our first poster. Figured there'd be a claim on that. For the love or money. For the love or money. For the love or money. Michael J. Fox, that's folded and then rolled. And underneath that is another Janet Jackson that's been folded. I've got like 3 pieces of pizza left. But actually, when I was walking to the back, I was pondering, Waffle House? I was thinking, Waffle House? I went to Cookout last night. That's where I went. I went straight to bed, too. I slept for about 5 hours, and then I've been up since about 8 o'clock this morning, which I'm sure a lot of y'all have been up that early, but I'm up a little bit later, so Susie, the Janet Jackson is $15. And also, Derek Estrada says he'll take both. So, sell these to Derek Estrada, the George Bensons, for $20 and $10. $20 and $10, George Benson. Any idea what other genres are in that box? Chris, I have never looked through these posters in my life. I wish I could tell you. I have never looked through these. I have no idea what's in here. We're going to find out. First, though, we have the Newton family is going to the dogs. Beethoven second. Beethoven second. Beethoven second. Everybody go take a break while I'm in the back getting posters. Is that what y'all do? When I say I'm going to the back, everybody takes off. The Swan Prince. The Swan Prince. Curtis Beethoven second is $15. Curtis Beethoven second is $15. Shaq, Steel. Heroes don't come any bigger. Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal. Curtis gets Beethoven second for $15. Leslie, Swan is $15. Swan, $15, Leslie. Shaq is $15 if anybody wants Shaq. Next poster is it's Michael Richards. It's Kramer. Trial and Error. Trial and Error. Kramer. $15. Michael Richards. Susie, you were second on the dog poster. Swan is sold to Leslie for $15. I got 2 of those. I'd say he was typecast. Except for Jerry, nobody was, well, I guess nobody. Well, yeah, Elaine had a couple TV shows. Julia, Louis Dreyfus, but man, those people were so typecast, they couldn't do anything else after Seinfeld. They were so, after you're in a show like Seinfeld, I don't know if you can do much more. That was it for some of them. Even some of the side actors. Every time I see Kramer or Newman in Jurassic Park, Wayne Knight, I'm like, what? Cop and a Half. Cop and a Half. A lot of 90s movies in here tonight. Cop and a Half. Hook. Hook. It says, coming for Christmas. It's an advance, $10 on that. Luke, Michelle, and Kenny. And underneath that is Congo. Congo's underneath that. So Luke, $10 on the hook. Congo's underneath that. Coming 1995. Yeah, there's a lot of mid-90s, early 90s movies in this bin. Luke said sold $10 on hook. That's sold to Luke for $10. Congo. It's got some damage down there at the bottom. Advance. I'm going to get a crate. Get a crate going of no sales. There's the first one. A few more here. The Secret Garden. The Secret Garden. Rami and Michelle's high school reunion. Rami and Michelle's high school reunion. So Susie, Secret Garden, $15. Travis Wade, $15 on Rami and Michelle. So Susie, $15, Secret Garden. Travis, $15 on Rami and Michelle. That's the first two people on those. Travis said sold on Rami and Michelle for $15. Susie said sold on Secret Garden. Those are sold and sold, 15 and 15. Let me put them right over here. Those are sold and sold. Get them propped up like this first. There we go. All right, next is, it's upside down. Let's do this one first then. The Associates. The Associate, Whoopi Goldberg. The Associate, we got two of those. We got two of those. The Associate, Whoopi Goldberg. And we got one of these, which was Celtic Pride. If you can't beat them, steal them. Celtic Pride. Celtic Pride's $15, Brent. $15. I think there's something else wrapped up in here. Nope, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Brent. It's damaged down here in this corner. I'll do $10 on it if you still want it. Got some crinkling down there in the corner. If anybody wants that, $10. Glad I caught that. All right, several rolled up in here. Trial by Jury. Trial by Jury. Passed away. Before and after. And Jack. Robin Williams, Jack. So trial by jury, passed away, and before and after. Jack, Kenny, Kyle. Kenny's first, then Luke, $15. Robin Williams and Jack, $15. Kenny said sold. The Relic. The next evolution in terror. The Relic. The Relic. We got 2 of those. $15 Henry. The next evolution in terror. Son-in-law. And son-in-law. I'll show those in 1 second, though. First, the relics are... Is this one different? Yeah, this one's different. No, that's the same thing. They're just rolled opposite directions. Okay, so those are still available. And then, so the first one I showed was this. This summer, spend some time with the duck, the pig, the cow, the weasel. Pauly Shore in The Son-in-Law. He's a relative nightmare. And then this one was Son-in-Law. Just a different style. It's been folded and rolled. So I have first Chris Kirkley on Son. And Chris, I'll sell both of those for $20. I'll sell them both together for $20. I'll roll them up together. I think it's 2 different styles. Chris says he'll take both for $20. Yeah. I'm going to say both of them together for $20. So that's both posters for $20. All right, moving on. Now I have let's grab this other stack and see what's in here. Excessive Force. It's been folded and then rolled. Excessive Force. Hey, another Flintstones. And Street Night. So Street Night, Flintstones, and Excessive Force. Man, I can't remember what I was selling these for the other night. I think they were 45 or 35. How about we do 40? I can't remember if they were 35 or 45. Curtis, you're first. I'll say 40, then Susie, then Kenny, then Luke. I know we had a couple. Let's do 35 actually, because down here on the corner, Curtis, it's a little bit wrinkled right there on the corner. It's within the frame. If you're going to frame it, it's within the frame. Which means when I say that, usually if I'm going to frame it, I'd have a border probably about at least an inch. I mean, I know when I have stuff framed, usually about a border about an inch on the edge. Maybe a ½ inch. So Curtis, I'll do it for $35. Other than that, it's really nice. He said he'll take it for $35. Flintstones is sold. You can trim as well, that's right. Especially if you're just going to frame it and keep it. Mating to Excel. I wouldn't do that on a really old one, a valuable one, but these modern ones maybe not so much, that big of a deal. Waiting to Excel, that's the other poster. Waiting to Excel. I wouldn't do it on a 32 Frankenstein, but if we find one of those, I'll pass out. I don't think there's one up in the loft. You never know, though. Nick of Time, 90 minutes, 6 bullets, no choice. Nick of Time. Nick of Time. Y'all already seen one. What did I accidentally show? Groundhog Day. Oh, wow. Y'all caught a sneak peek. Groundhog Day. Y'all saw that one backwards. How did y'all do that? I'm showing these accidentally, so that's a lot of that's on me because they're all rolled up. I can't really figure out what's on top or what's on bottom. Yeah, I'm flipping them over. So first we'll do that. That's Johnny Depp, right, by the way. Nick of Time. Johnny Depp. If anybody wants that, $15. Kenny Begley, you were first. Kenny Begley, you're the only one on Nick of Time. And then Groundhog Day. This may be the first one I need to double check price on. They're nice and rolled too. Let me get logged in. I'll do it on my phone tonight. Let's speed it up. We've went through a lot of posters already because I'm just kind of pricing these on the whim. Well, the sealed VHS tape just sold for $400. Well, no, that was 2 years ago. Wow, the sealed VHS tape, $400. It's amazing what that stuff's bringing now. Road 71, 101. I figured this would be a good one. 109, 54, 240, 50, 47. I think it's a $75 poster. I've got two of them, $75 and $75. They are nice. They are rolled. And they're $75, and I have two of them. Let me check all the edges and stuff. The parts that get rolled I can't see. Bill Murray. I mean, the worst thing is like a couple color breaks right down here on the corners. Just a couple color breaks right there. They're very fine for sure. $75. Here's who I have first. Kenny, Sean, Chris, Knapp, Travis Wade, Brent Robley, Michelle Miller, Chris Kirkley. So that's the first 7. By the way, Nick of Time was sold to Kenny Begley for $15. What's happened to the screen? Can y'all see that? Is that on y'all's end too? Are we frozen? Wow, some kind of orb. Is that did my GoPro just fry? Well, my GoPro is hot. Like, it's hot to the touch. I looked over and I saw this like green hue on my monitor. My monitor is almost like behind my back. Let me take a look at this. Okay. So let me. Looks like you're spinning records. Yeah, that looks weird. So what y'all are seeing is what I'm seeing. All right, let me unplug my GoPro then. All right, let me unplug this too then. Wow, this is weird. Well, my GoPro is completely disconnected. So, is it like that on YouTube as well? Has anybody on YouTube commented? Okay, yeah, so it's like that on YouTube. All right, let me try this again. Yeah, this camera is like really hot. All right. Let me plug this back in. And yeah, this is what happens when you live in a simulation. Okay. I've turned it off on this end. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, none of that's working. What am I doing? I'm holding up the peace sign there. Yep. I think, folks, we may have fried the GoPro. It's been working. We've been using it every night for. I know one night we had problems with it. I mean, we wear this thing out. All right. I'm going to try one more thing here. And aha. All right, that might have done it. Okay. So we left off. We had 2 groundhog days for $75. That's where we left off. We had Kenny and Sean passed. The next 2 people were Chris Knapp and Travis Wade. Chris Knapp and Travis Wade. And that's when things got weird. So Chris Knapp and Travis Wade, y'all were next. And y'all were passed or sold on those. Chris Knapp said 75 pass. And so after Chris, let me go down to the next couple names then. It was Travis Wade, Brent, and Michelle. Travis Wade, Brent, and Michelle, $75. So Travis passes. Now we're down to Brent and Michelle, $75. We're down to Brent and Michelle for $75. We have a pass from Michelle. Brent, it's up to you now. And then after that, we're almost out of people. The next person is Chris Kirkley. Brent passes. Nobody wants Groundhog Day. I might scare everybody away with the price. I think it's pretty fair from what I was seeing. But Chris Kirkley, there's 2 left. You're the last person. And then if anybody else just maybe hopped on, original Groundhog Day, $75. And I think after Chris, that was it. Yep, after Chris, that's it. So, Chris Kirkley, if you're still with us. If not, I'll grab a new poster. Let's keep going. I was about to end the show and be like, well, I can't fix it. See y'all tomorrow. But we'll go a little bit longer. We'll see what we have here. We got Speechless, Michael Keaton and Gina Davis. Speechless. We do have a $40 offer on Groundhog Day. I'm going to stick at $75 for right now. I'm sure we'll sell them to somebody. They're Speechless. And this next poster, if I can get Speechless rolled up. There we go. IQ. Think big. IQ. With Einstein as Cupid, what could possibly go wrong? And I got 2 IQs. All right, there's Groundhog Day. Let me put that over here in the good pile. Not much left in the good pile. There's only 2 posters. We usually don't have a good pile. There's usually not a whole lot in the good pile. Let's see here. There's some kind of record down in this box. What is this? Lollipop Town. Some kind of old kids record from 1947. Lollipop Town. They don't write music like they used to, folks. Home for the Holidays. I'm not for sure. Lollipop Town. We are the Lollipop. What is that song from The Wizard of Oz? Is that it? It says Chug Chug, Lollipop Town. Jackalee Records. The B-side is Chug Chug and Lollipop Town, Part 4. No, that's a story. That's a story record. That looks like a story record of some sort. I don't know if that's actually music. Probably some kind of set of something. Instinct. Instinct and The Sixth Man. Instinct and The Sixth Man. Brent does want a Groundhog Day for $65. All right, good. There's one Groundhog Day left. There's one Groundhog Day left. Brent gets that one for $65. I may have lost Chris Kirkley earlier, but Chris, if you just hop back on, Chris, there was one Groundhog Day. I'm going to sell that to Brent for $65. If anybody else wants the last one, $65. Very fair offer. I have took his offer of $65. I was at $75. There's one left. Lord of Illusions. White Fang 2. $15 on Lord of Illusions, Henry. White Fang 2 is $15. Henry said sold. Susie 15 on this, and underneath that is another associate. Curtis is next on White Fang. Susie said sold though. All right, I gotta do some cleanup here. Get these. Well, whatever this is, I think we got a bunch of them, so. Mumford. We got, nope, there's more stuff underneath this. 2 Mumfords. No Sons. Sprung. Way past whipped. And Andre, based on a true story. Andre and Sprung. The Planet Masters. The Planet Masters. And, well, that was wild how that just happened. Ford Fairlane. That was Ford Fairlane. Susie Andre is $15. Planet Masters is $15. Ford Fairlane is $10. It looked pretty rough. Ford Fairlane looked pretty rough. So, Susie was first on Andre. For $15. All right. And then first on Planet Masters was Travis Wade and then Curtis Marachi. And Travis has already said sold. I'll unroll it one more time though. These things are like hard to keep unrolled. It's nice. Travis was first on that on PM, Planet Master. So that sold to Travis for $15. And then it was Curtis. And then I got Felix first on Ford Fairlane. And he said he'll take it for $10. That sold to Felix for $10. Ford Fairlane. Moving on. Well, there's a ton of stuff rolled up in this one. Oh, let me try to get some of this separated. I mean, there's roll after roll. All right, let's see what we got first here. Hey, there's another Celtic Pride. There's another Celtic Pride. Brent, that one's actually really nice if you want that one for $15. I know you had a backup on one earlier. There's actually two of them. There's two Celtic Prides. Those are nice. Get those rolled up. Two of them. And then you passed because it had some damage on it. We unrolled it. I double checked it and it had damage. This looks weird. Brain candy. Kids in the Hall, brain candy. Kids in the Hall, brain candy. Brent wants a Celtics Pride, a nice one for $15. There's Celtics Pride for $15 for Brent. There's one left if anybody wants it. And then brain candy, I'll do it for $15. Craig, Chris, Brent, Leslie, Michelle. $15 on that. Alrighty. The Man Without a Face. Mel Gibson. The Man Without a Face. Craig said sold on brain candy for $15. The Glimmer Man. The Glimmer Man. Seagal. And the Jack the Bear, folded and then rolled. Jack the Bear. So Jack the Bear and then the Glimmer Man. We're still in the same roll. I just separated them. Trying to get to this one. The Spitfire Girl. The Spitfire Girl. And we got two of those. Spitfire Girl. Two of those. Grill? Really? It is. Grill. I saw a girl on the poster. Kenny's already commented D for something. Is that what this is right here I'm trying to get to? Daylight. Hold your breath. Daylight. He's commented first again. And I'll go ahead and show this last one, which is Kevin Costner in, I don't know. Hold on a second. I'll be something expensive. Kenny, 15 on Daylight. Kenny Begley, $15 on that. What's this in it? This is definitely an advance for something. Inside every one is a frontier waiting to be discovered. What movie? Is this the... what? These things... yeah, I was about to say Last of Mohican. Dancing with Wolves, yes. Dancing with Wolves, that's what I was trying to think of. I was about to say Last of the Mohicans. That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say, but that wasn't coming to me. Yes, Dancing with Wolves. All right, let me check this one right quick. This one's worthy of checking. Orion, yeah, definitely. I'll do these for 15 too. Last sold 20. I got Brent put KC for Kevin Costner, and then Tim Jensen put Dan for Dancing with Wolves. So the first two people are Brent and Tim, technically, and then Michelle with a K. So Brent and Tim, $15 if y'all want these. They're nice, they're rolled, and it is the original advance. This is the teaser that would have been in theaters advertising that film. Brent said he'll take one for 15. Tim Jensen, you're next. If Tim passes, it goes to Michelle. Tim says he'll take the other one. That's Dances with Wolves Advance. Nice. And then Kenny Begley did want the Daylight with Stallone. Also $15. All right, we're almost done with this one roll. Then I'll have another roll, but there are so many things rolled up in this. This is arachnophobia. Arachnophobia. Ugh. 8 legs, 2 fangs, and an attitude. Arachnophobia. And underneath that is Lethal Weapon 2. But it's pretty beat. It looks like it's faded. It's folded. It's rolled. And it's got creases. It's really faded. You can tell it was in a window or something. That's what color his face is supposed to be. And pretty beat. Debbie, let me look at the arachnophobia again. I think it had been folded too. It was Debbie, then Travis. It's been folded and then rolled. I'll do that for $10. Arachnophobia. It's Debbie, then Travis on that. Debbie said she'll take it for the $10. All right. Let me re-roll this Lethal Weapon. Cops and Robertsons. And I don't know what this one is. Hope. I can't make that one out. Give me a second. All right, so let me figure out what just happened. It's hype. Okay. First, would you do 5 on lethal 2, lethal for 5? All right, lethal weapon is sold for $5. Luke asked first. Luke, I'll sell that to you for $5. Hype. Believe the hype. All right, there's hype. And then Cops and Robertsons. There's the next two. We've already had this one. We had this one earlier. Nobody claimed it. I don't know if that'll be the same again, but it was the Glimmer Man. And underneath that is Boiling Point. Boiling Point. Wesley Snipes and Dennis Hopper. Boiling Point. $15 if anybody wants that. Wesley Snipes. Man, these things want to jump off the back of the table tonight. These things like literally are alive. That Boiling Point has some damage to it right there. Looks like where something got, the edge got a little smushed. All right, let me grab another roll and see what is in store for us. Let's do these. Fair game. Fair game. Okay. And underneath that was copycat. $15 on fair game, $15 on copycat. Kenny, you're first to fair game. Serafina. Damage for flying off the crate. No, it was already like that. Unfortunately, or fortunately, these aren't landing on their edges. Plus, it's just where they wasn't tucked in good, and then something got smushed on top of it. Fair game sold to Kenny for $15. Next is Oceans Rise, Cities Fall, Hope Survives, and Deep Impact. Deep Impact. That one almost flew off the back too. Deep Impact. Let me look at that again. Deep Impact. We got, it's an advance. We got several of them. $15. It looks like it's advance. $5,898. 1, 2, 3. We got 4 of those. $15 on Deep Impact. Debbie, Brent, Paul, Kyle, and Luke. It's an advance, $15. Several people on that one. Debbie, Brent, Paul, Kyle, and Luke. I'll see who wants one. They're all nice, and they're all $15. Next is Fat Beat. Fat beat. Ain't nothing but a G string. Coolio. A hip hop endless summer. Got 2 of those. And the Crucible. The Crucible. Fat beat. All right, let me figure out what happened here first. Before we do the Crucible, everybody's comments is on the board, but before I go any further on that, let me figure out who all got a deep impact, plus I got to separate them and roll them up. Nobody on Copycat. So first thing I have is the first person on deep impact was Debbie, and Debbie passed. And then I had Brent Robley, and he said sold. So let's go ahead and give Brent Robley one. This is sold to Brent Robley for $15. All right. And then next was Paul Brothers, and he said sold. That's sold to Paul for $15. Okay. Next is Kyle Gregory, and he said sold, $15. And then after that was Luke, and Luke said sold. Deep impact, $15. Oh, I caught it. I need like guardrails on this table tonight. And next, after that, was nobody else. So there's one deep impact left if anybody wants it for $15. Now, the Crucible was Debbie, Brent, Michelle, and Kyle. I'm going to check that one right quick. Let me check that one right quick. Kenny Begley gets the last deep impact for $15. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Crucible's $15 too. And Debbie, you're first. $15, Debbie, you're first. She said sold. All right, that's sold, $15. Now this next poster. Oh, we had these last night. Yeah. Didn't we? Hold on a second. Nope, this is different. Nope, no, we didn't have these last night. This is July 3rd every day, ID4. ID4, July 3rd everywhere. Is this Independence Day? Independence Day? I think it's an Independence Day. Yeah, I think it's an Independence Day advance. Because there's that spaceship. Earth, take a good look. It may be your last. July 3rd, yep. Independence Day advance. I got 2 of them. Independence Day advance. All right, give me 1 second. Yeah, there it is. Okay, $15 on these two. I've got Kenny, Andy Lewis, and Brent Robley. $15. Kenny, Andy Lewis, and Brent Robley. And I do have two of them. So the first two are Kenny and Andy. We'll see what they say. Kenny says he's good. Andy Lewis. Also said sold. Okay. Moving on. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let's get this one off the top first. The water dance. And then look how many are rolled up inside of this one. The water dance. And that one was wrinkled. And it looks like it might have protected everything else. Coming soon, Fatal Instinct, a killer comedy. Coming soon, Fatal Instinct, a killer comedy. What is Flubber? Advance. Flubber Advance. I remember that vaguely. Curtis Flubber's $15. Quiz Show. Quiz Show. A Robert Redford film. So Curtis, 15 on that. I'm going to put these other two away. Edward was here. Hey, Edward Scissorhands. Yep. Edward Scissorhands Advance. See him at a theater near you this Christmas. Edward Scissorhands Advance. $20. $20 on that one. Brent, Curtis, Kenny, and Michelle. No, it's Brent, Kenny, Michelle. Pass on Flubber, so it's available if anybody wants it. This next one says, Dear God. Sold on Edward Scissorhands Advance for $20. Edward was here. Dear God, coming soon. We got two of those. Underneath that, this one has a stain on it. I can see that right off the bat. Indian Summer. The front of it doesn't look, yeah. That one's got a little bit of a stain at the top. Indian Summer. Underneath that was the Chamber. We got 2 of those, the Chamber. Underneath that was Pauly Shore in the Army Now. In the Army Now. All right, so I got In the Army Now, and then I have a H comment, a P comment, and A comment. Boy, y'all threw me off there. I got Kenny first on this. So Kenny, I will sell this to you for $15 if you want it. Paul said disregard. And then Luke, I got P, which this one was called Chamber. And then Tim commented A, I guess for Army. And then P probably for Pauly Shore. So I guess that's what happened there. But those are me claiming. Let me make sure there's nothing else wrapped up in this chamber. I feel like there's one more poster wrapped up in here. Maybe not. No, that's just the color change. Okay. That was all of those. I need a new empty crate. Let me see here. Let me put this over here. By the way, there's one Groundhog Day left for $65. I originally priced it for $75. Now we're selling them for $65. One Groundhog Day left, $65. Surprisingly, one of the better posters we have found for tonight. It's still available. So, In the Army, that's sold for $15 to Kenny Begley. Paul Brothers gets the last Groundhog Day for $65. Paul, that's why I kind of said that, because I didn't think you were watching earlier. And I kind of thought to myself, I don't think Paul's on right now. If he was, I know he would be buying that. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $65. It was nice, too. It's an original one sheet. So the last Groundhog Day is gone. All right, we got another big stack of rolled posters here. Let's see what's in here. Let's pull the stuff out of the middle first. Let's pull the stuff out of the middle. I think we're going to end up going through this whole box. Well, let's do Rosewood first. I can't make out the other one. Rosewood. And then this one started with a B. Blank. Which there's already several claims for it. Wow, y'all know these backwards and upside down. I can't figure them out. So, hold on a second. Let's get this one out first. Grosse Pointe Blank. And then I showed Rosewood. I don't know what this other one is. Let me do this off camera so we don't have 3 going at once. All right. There's Rosewood. I don't think anybody's commented that one. This is based on a true story. And it sounds like to me I need to look up Grosse Pointe Blank. Never heard of this at all. Y'all definitely have. But say, I know that's John Cusack. Grosse Pointe Blank. Okay. Let me check that one right quick. It is rolled, and it's an original one sheet. Yeah, never heard of that before. Never in my life. Yeah, this is a different style. $25. $25. I got Andy Lewis first with a G. And then Sean Jones. So, Andy, you're first. $25. He says he'll take it. All right. Where's the rest of those? What was underneath the rosewood? Underneath rosewood was The Man Who Knew Too Little. Bill Murray. The Man Who Knew Too Little. $15 on Bill Murray. The Man Who Knew Too Little. Craig and then Brent, then Paul Brothers. Craig said sold, $15. Next is Ice Cube and Dangerous Grounds. Ice Cube, Dangerous Grounds. And underneath that, I got two of those. Underneath that was Leave It to Beaver. The Beav is back. Leave It to Beaver, the movie. Brent, I'll do Dangerous Grounds for $15. I got two of them. Hold on a second. We may have a problem. Brent, we may have a problem. We got major problems. These are really beat up on the edges. Like ripped and tattered. I have a feeling Brent won't want those. I have a feeling that's a pass from Brent. Houston, we have a problem. Now, Brent wasn't on last night. He probably missed the Apollo 13 teaser. Brent, we had an Apollo 13 teaser. You wasn't on last night. I have a feeling you'd want that. I kept it behind the counter. Color of Night. Next poster, Color of Night. Color of Night. Kenny Bagley, Color of Night, $15. I got two of them. And then underneath that, we got Father's Day with Robin Williams and Billy Crystal. Father's Day. And then another Hype, and I think that's the actual one sheet instead of the Hype poster. Brent, the Apollo 13 teaser, best of my memory, they were $65. We sold one. I'll show you the other one if you give me a second after I get done with this box. So those are passes, it looks like, and we're going to sell one of these to Kenny Begley for $15, and that was the Color of Night. I believe that's what that's called. And this crate is full. We have filled up a full crate of movie posters. Let me get a new crate going. We've also filled up 2 crates of no sales. And Brent, I think I still got to send you some pictures that other night when you missed. I think I didn't send you, I still haven't sent you those pictures yet. Paul, Father's Day may be a little bit tattered at the top right there, so I'll do this one for $10. Just right there at the top, little wrinkled. $10 on that. All right, so I've got like 4 more rolls in this box, whichever roll has quite a bit inside of it. So sold on Father's Day for $10. Here's the next roll we're going to start disassembling. And there's a lot in here. Let's pull this bundle out first. I'll set these back in the box. And we'll figure out what we got first here. First is Blown Away. Jeff Bridges and Tommy Lee Jones. Blown Away. All right. Let me set those in there. Blown Away. White Men Can't Jump. Let's stop there. Unless there's another one. There's not. All right. Okay. So first, Blown Away, Brent. $15 on that. Let's take one more look at it. I believe it's an advance. It is. Time's Up, Summer of '94. Boom Baby, Sweet Dreams. $15 on that, Brent. It's nice. No damage if you want it. And then White. Let's take a look at it. Here we go. It ain't easy being this good. White Men Can't Jump. Let me check that one. Very popular movie. I'll do it for $15. Just $15. I think I saw, hold on one second. Yeah, up here, a little bit kind of crinkled. A couple dog ears. A couple color breaks right there on the center. And right there. That's why I'm making it 15. Probably if it was Dead Men, I'd be saying 25. That's actually the back side. Here's the front side of it. Same thing though. Same color breaks. And then down here at the bottom, some fraying and color breaks. So it's not a perfect one, but it's not damaged to the point of non-displayable by no means. First person was Sean and then Brent. Sean and then Brent. This is sold to Brent for 15. That was the Blown Away. And Sean Jones, you've got first dibs on that for 15. And then a lot of people next. A lot of people next. Sean passes. Brent, you're next in line. The Grinch. Awesome. Looks like an advance. The Grinch. And underneath that, underneath the Grinch was Boy Scout. The Last Boy Scout. The goal is to survive. Let's take a look at the Grinch advance. That's pretty cool. You better watch out. Very great colors and on that. November 2000. Let me check that right quick. Boy, that movie came out in 2000. Wow. There's the one sheet. There we go. Okay, $15 on it too. So 15 on the Grinch. The first person I have. First though, this is sold to Brent. The white men, boys, white men, white men can't jump. That's sold to Brent for $15. And then Grinch was $15. First person with a G is Debbie Paredes. And then Last Boy Scout, it's also $15. Kenny Begley was first, then Paul Brothers, then Kyle Gregory. I have a feeling those are going to sold. Debbie said sold on Grinch for $15. Kenny, Last Boy Scout, $15. You were first to that. All right, let's tear apart another one of those rolls we were working on. Next poster is The Innocent. This one's got some color breaks and a little bit of fraying on it. Kenny said sold on Last Boy Scout for $15. That's sold to Kenny for $15. The Innocent. Underneath that was Junior. Junior and Innocent. Let me show you what Junior looks like a little bit closer. Junior. Nothing is inconceivable. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito, and Emma Thompson. Michelle, $15. Schwarzenegger. $15 on that, Michelle. All right, Michelle said sold on that for $15. This next one is The Scam, the Digstone. Digstone. Somebody contacted us on our Facebook page. Paul, are you watching? I don't know if Paul's Digstown. Digstown. Thank you, Craig. So I don't know if Paul's watching, but somebody contacted us and said they had a warehouse with hundreds of thousands of movie posters. They've been watching our sales, and they have a warehouse full of posters for sale. Something like that. Paul was telling me about it. And I was like, oh gosh, here we go again. Here we go again. Summer job. I wish I can find that message. Let me see if I can find that message right quick. I'll read it to y'all. This has been folded and then rolled. Summer job. He said, hey, I've been watching y'all sales. I have a warehouse with hundreds of thousands of posters. Movie posters. I was like, whoa. Summer job. I think the guy referred them to. Possibly. We're probably one of the few companies crazy enough to go in and buy something like that. I like buying in bulk. I've been known to go in and just buy everything. There's Digstown again. Okay, we went through that little roll. Let's get another one going here. The Sixth Man, we've already showed that before. Let's see what this Mel Gibson is. The Man Without a Face, we've already shown that. Have we already shown these? Man Without a Face, and this is an older poster here. Get Crazy. Get Crazy. Man Without a Face, The Sixth Man, and Get Crazy. Looks like a chick riding a guitar. Let me put these away. Give me 1 second. Trying to put these last few leftovers away. Last chance to party this summer. Get Crazy. Curtis, I'll do that one for $10 if you want it. Just buy it all. Yep. It's amazing. That's sold to Curtis for $10. It's amazing what's stored in warehouses, storage lockers across this country. America is known for just... You go in people's garages. I've been all over the country in people's garages. And I just look at accumulation. I'm like, wow, it's amazing how much people's stuff can collect. And I'm the same way. Probably if y'all are watching this show at 1:16 a.m., y'all are probably the same way. It's amazing what people can collect in their lifetime. I'm talking about people filling up warehouses. They'll just like build huge industrial-sized buildings and just buy stuff their whole life. That's their hobby. They buy stuff. They love buying stuff. The land of consumerism. We have money trouble. Speaking of that, money trouble. Monkey trouble. Monkey trouble. I thought I said money. Speaking of money, monkey trouble. The next Karate Kid. Boy, Kenny knows his movie posters. The next Karate Kid. Kenny, $15. Paul Brothers was second. My Girl 2. And Boys on the Side. So, Monkey Business, My Girl 2, Boys on the Side. Kenny wants the next Karate Kid for $15. Boys on the Side, Drew Barrymore, Leslie, $15. $15 for that, Leslie. All right, we're about to open our last big full roll. By the way, I don't think we're on YouTube anymore. It just says 1 of 1. Who's watching on YouTube? Paul, who else is on YouTube? Can y'all comment? It says we're just connected to Facebook right now. I just looked down, I saw it flash, and it looks like, oh, well, we're back. 2 of 3, 3 of 3. There we go. We're back on. We're back on. Okay, y'all are back on. Y'all got I lost y'all there for a second. It glitched. So Leslie got that. So we got one big like roll inside of roll inside of roll like this. We got one more roll inside of roll. And these kind of look like they've got some dinged, at least the ones on the outsides. And then there's one small roll. So we're getting to the last of this, and we've almost went through another whole box. So let's see what's in here. Let's just keep rolling. We have Beverly Hills Ninja, Chris Farley. Awesome. One of my favorite comedic actors, Chris Farley. In a van down by the river. Chris Farley. Kung Fu. That one's actually quite nice. $15 if anybody wants it. Leslie, what was this, Leslie's? Yeah, Boys on the Side. Leslie got Boys on the Side for $15. Beverly Hills Ninja. Paul, $15 on that. You're the only one to claim it so far. Next, there's a lot of posters wrote up in here. Well, that lag was real. Did y'all see how that happened? I think Facebook just got lagged out. Boy, there's too many in here. Hold on a second. Time out. No claims. I'm going to have to figure this out. Oh, almost dropped that kid's record. That would have shattered into 100 pieces, which would probably been okay. Are you man or The Hunt is On This Christmas? I'm not for sure what film. DreamWorks. DreamWorks, what movie? Mouse Hunt. If anybody wants it, $15. So Paul was first, I think due to a Facebook lag, he was first to Beverly Hills Ninja, $15. Then lots of people's next. If anybody wants Mouse Hunt, $15. I'll leave it right there for a second. I'm going to try to get these separated over here and bring them over one at a time because there's so many of them. Well, I can't get this one to. Dante's Peak. Dante's Peak, exploding soon. Dante's Peak. $15. Whoever wants it. Dante's Peak. Kenny, Tim, Paul, and Michelle. Sold. Nobody on Mouse Hunt. Mouse Hunt's still available if anybody wants it. We had one of these just a second ago, and that was Blown Away. It's an advance, Blown Away. And Carpool. Blown Away and Carpool. We had a Blown Away earlier sold, and then there's Carpool. Carpool's one of those that's got some dings on the edges. Dings on edges. All right. Let's see what's next in the pile. I think we haven't had one of these tonight, but we've had it before. Cousins. Had Carpool before. Let's see what's next. We got two of these. And it's called The Beautician and the Beast. The Beautician and the Beast. Timothy Dalton. James Bond. $15, Kenny. We got two of those. We do have two of those. Kenny said so. One extra Beautician if anybody wants it. I think. Hold on, there might be something else in here. No, there's two more. There's two more. I think that's about all I can get inside that crate. Yeah. Okay. Now, here's the last roll. These are small something. Here's the last roll of the box. I have no idea what these are. They're small posters of some sort. Disney's Rocket Man. Boy, we got 300 of them. Disney's Rocket Man. $10 if anybody wants one. Disney's Rocket Man. Elton John? That's this entire roll. There's a ton of them. Trying to get it back the way it should be. And everybody except for the Apollo, I'm going to show Brent if he's still watching. Brent, are you still on? I'll show you this Apollo right now so we can go ahead and get tagged. If there'll be nothing else, that's the conclusion of tonight's show. Wow, we did posters. We did posters tonight for almost 2 hours. We did posters tonight for almost 2 hours. All right, let me get that And there's still something I need to send you pictures of. Maybe I can just go over these. It'd be a lot easier to show them to you now than there's Apollo. And here's some of the leftover better stuff from the other night. Let me show these right quick. Yeah, this is cool. And they, some of them had sold. Tom Hanks, Kevin Bacon. It actually says on the poster, Houston, we have a problem. Apollo 13. Now, both of them had just a couple nicks up here at the corner. So this one, and that's one of the reasons I marked them 65. This one, it has a little bit of a tear and a nick. I think whoever was first got the better one. But it does have that right there. Some of the nice ones had sold for over $100. So that was priced kind of based on condition for that. Tape decks. Yes, I got a really cool tape deck. But Brent, that's 65 if you want it. And let's see, what was some of these last ones here? Here was that last Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, one of these left. This one had a little bit of discoloration at the bottom, but that's the Mike Tyson, Spinks, Trump Plaza, Once and For All, showing in your area. We sold like 5 of those. There's another one for 35. Apollo 50. I will do it just because I don't know if I really noticed that rip in this one. So I guess because it's got that rip there, I'll sell it to you for $50. Are the leftover products from Saturday, Sunday long gone or buried? Interested in natural and Cape Fear? You had them for $10. Let me figure out what Tanner's done. Andy, ask me again tomorrow. I'll figure out what Tanner's done with the leftovers. The last couple nights I've just left, and they've kind of played cleanup. And in the mornings, Disney's Rocket Man, he's just taking up space. Credits at the bottom. USA flag. Check on Buckingham Nicks before the glitter faded rare demos. Yeah, I'll check. I'll go ahead and be trying to pull it up right now. I have not heard anything about that. That might be some kind of like import bootleg, Jennifer, which not all that stuff appears in our system. And then the last couple posters over here, I'll go ahead and be pulling it up right after the sale. Yes, $10 on Rocket Man. Sell one of those Leslie for $10. And then, what was the last? Robin Hood. Yeah, Robin Hood. I think these were $25. Kevin Costner is Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Nice. Robin Hood. And there was, we had more of those. Kenny, let me see if I can get you another one. These I had already told Brent about, and I was supposed to send them pictures. I think I can find more of those though, Kenny. If you want one, Kenny, say sold. I will try to find you one. I think I might know where those are at. Hold on one second. But Kenny, I will hunt if you're looking for one for 25. So there's plenty of Rocket Mans left if anybody wants those for 10. The Trump or the Tyson Trump Plaza Sphinx Pinks. And then the last couple things that was left was this. No, what is this? I've never seen this before. We've never shown this. Renaissance Man. Renaissance Man. That was wrapped up in this, and inside here's something else. I bet Tanner found something I overlooked before he threw away these tubes in the trash. Yeah. I bet he found some stuff I overlooked down in a tube. Renaissance Man. And then we didn't reinvent the classics. We just made them more affordable. Some kind of Warner Brothers something. And then Anastasia. Music from Anastasia. Some kind of promo advertisement. Music from Anastasia. Warner Brothers. Some kind of advertisement soundtrack poster. I'll do that for $10. Paul, Renaissance Man, and what was this? Oh yeah, the Adam and the Ant. Here's the Adam and the Ant store poster. Ant Invasion, Adam and the Ant appearing at 424, the Palladium. Adam and the Ant, King of the Wild Frontier. I thought that was pretty cool for $25. We showed that late the other night. $25. Adam and the Ant poster. That was something else I mentioned to Brent. Okay, so first, Anastasia is sold for $10. He gets the Adam and the Ant for $25. Let me see if I can find another Robin Hood, but I think I've got one more poster to show. There's the Warner Brothers Classics. There's that. There's that. Ripley's. Yeah, that was the last tube we opened that night. I thought this was pretty cool. Pretty cool, though. The Ripley's Believe It or Not. Ripley's Believe It or Not. $15 on that. TBS original production, The Incredible Life and Times of Robert Ripley. That was $15. We've sold a couple of those. And then, of course, the Hocus Pocus. It's still $275. Very, very cool. Hocus Pocus. $275 on that. That might be the best poster we have left over out of anything. Let me put these away. And then the Elvis VHS, which we've sold 2 or 3 out of here. The Elvis VHS advertisement. Only $19.95 each. All of his films he did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I counted 17. And that's it. I think the last thing over here was this Shaq, Orlando Magic, the Magic at Olive Garden. Some kind of Olive Garden promo. $20 on Tyson. Dale, I'll sell that to you because it's the last one, and it had, I think it was the last one, the only one that had that, as long as you're okay with that, like, discoloration right there on that. Had some of that discoloration. The Elvis poster is $15. Dale sold to you for $20. And Brent, Orlando Magic, that was $10. And Leslie, $15 on Elvis. That's why I kept all that stuff separate. I was like, man, this stuff's too good of titles to be left behind. All right. Aha. Look what I just found. Somebody had already unrolled them here in the store. I knew they'd be easy to get. Kenny, there's another Robin Hood for $25. It looks like I've got 2 or 3 more, actually. I've got 2 or 3 more Robin Hoods. So let me get one rolled up for Kenny. Brent, 10 on Orlando Magic. It's an Olive Garden promo. There's a Robin Hood for Kenny for $25. I've got about 3 more if anybody else wants one. And if that will be it, that's the end of the show. I think some people's already got off. Probably have no idea we're still here selling. I'll do a final call for the last time. Make sure a couple of these last claims didn't come in. Oh boy, I've lost Facebook. Great. I lost Facebook comments. Hold on, everybody. Let me jump over to Facebook and see if I can see what y'all are saying. Right here at the last second, I got disconnected. Hold on one second. So, Orlando Magic. How much is that posted? Brent said sold on Orlando Magic. So I think that was $10. And then Leslie said, okay, Elvis sold 15. And Brent says, I'll take another Robin Hood. Okay, so let me pull that. Sorry, okay, now we're back connected, I think. Yeah, now I can see y'all on Restream again. Boy, it's been weird. Some people's been glitched a lot. Let me get Leslie a Elvis right here. And we'll get Brent another Robin Hood. So that makes 2 Robin Hoods for Brent. And now I'm saying my last words as I roll up Elvis and as I roll up Brent a Robin Hood. I think that's it. Let me move this over here. I lost comments for a second. And one more Robin Hood. Now there's 2 left. Need your own TV channel. I know. I couldn't imagine. I sell this much stuff. Somebody's like, when are you going to get to like having 400 or 500 viewers a night? I was like, well, we did the other night, and it was so chaotic, I couldn't keep up. I was like, I don't need any more viewers. I just need our same great people to tune in every night like they do. Susie wants a Robin Hood for $25. There's 1 Robin Hood left. I just need I sell enough to y'all. I really hadn't ran an ad in a long time. I kind of need to. I can tell we've had some viewership down the last couple of nights. At the last 2 shows, we've had way too many great records left behind. So I think it's about time to boost it. There for a while, we were spending a ton on Facebook and ads, and we didn't have to for a long time. But I know it's getting time again because there's way too many great titles left behind tonight. I mean, we had just incredible, great stuff at great prices left behind tonight. So I was like, well, time to get on Facebook and drop a bunch of money. If you don't spend money on there, they'll start throttling you. It's real. I mean, I can just tell. I'll make posts, and like people don't even see them. And we got 30,000 followers almost. But when you start sending Facebook money, they'll start letting people see your feed. So that's why I'm always asking everybody to like, because that's like a free deal. Like that's why I'm always begging for likes. That's not just so people say, hey, they've got a lot of likes. It's literally so people can find our posts easier. Otherwise, Facebook hides them. Facebook will hide your posts. You got to start sending them money to keep them happy. They're like the mafia. So, thanks everybody. Good night. That was it. What a show. Been live for 7 hours. We're done. Good night. I'll be back tomorrow at 7. Kiss night. Record night. We'll be doing this all over again. See you tomorrow. Good night.